This week, NASCAR Hotpass returns to California Speedway for a Labor Day showdown at sundown. The chase is heating up, and teams have points on their mind. Can Dale Jr. fight his way back into the chase with a win in Fontana? Or will Tony Stewart, Clint Boyer, Juan Pablo Montoya, and Jeff Gordon find their groove and take the top spot in victory lane? We're going back to Cali next on NASCAR Hotpass.
Good afternoon to all you viewers out there on the West Coast, and good evening to you Budweiser fans who are on the East Coast. We are coming to you live from California Speedway. This is coverage tonight of Dale Earnhardt Jr. on Channel 799, right here on NASCAR Hotpass, only on DirecTV, and it is presented, as always, by Dodge. Hello, everyone. I'm Ray Dunlap, along with Tony Rizzuti, bringing you coverage today of the Sharp Aquos 500, and we are at the California Speedway, and across the country it's a pretty nice day, but here in California it is absolutely miserable hot. It is absolutely a critical time for the number 8 Budweiser Chevrolet. You could call this crunch time. Dale Jr. has to come in here tonight, and he's got to lead the most laps, and he's got to get a win. That is critical if this team is going to have any shot to make it to the chase for the NASCAR Nextel Cup Championship. Well, we want to Well, what an unbelievable year it has been for Dale Earnhardt Jr., but they have an uphill battle ahead of them. There's no doubt about it. You see the Budweiser Chevrolet getting ready to roll off the grid, and just a few moments ago, our very own Tony Rizzuti was able to catch up with the driver number 8 and find out what his thoughts are about tonight's race at California.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. will roll off 7th here this afternoon in the Budweiser Chevrolet. Talking to Nicole, she's our calendar girl. Kind of like having these umbrella girls.
It is cool. She's keeping us cool. They had some calendar girls, and she was on the cover. She was just telling me, so maybe it's going to be good luck. We can win this race.
I think we need to have these at every race. Saw the footage. Brad Keselowski, your NASCAR Busch Series driver from last night. Can you give us an update on his condition?
Yeah, he's fine. He don't have any broken bones or anything, and his head's all right. He went to Dr. Petty today, who's a good neurologist, and he checked him out and said he's fine.
Two of the big things tonight in this race, heat and glare. What are you doing to try to combat those two items?
Ain't much you can do. You just challenge the heat and challenge yourself to put up with it, and the glares only last for about 30 minutes when the sun sets down the back straightaway, and we should be fine after that.
2 races to go. We know what you have to do to try to make the chase. What's the biggest thing you'd want here today as a win? Is that really what you're working for right now?
Yeah, we just want to go out there and win the race and dominate, and we'll try to gain as many points as we can on Kurt and whoever else, but we're just going to run hard all night.
Dale Jr., he's had a strong car in every practice. He rolls off 7th here this evening.
Absolutely, that race car has been good throughout the course of the weekend right here at California. But when we talk about the chase for the Nextel Cup, we know where Dale Jr. is and what he needs to do. We've already talked about it. If he's able to come in here and lead the most laps and get a win, he could get 195 points. And what we would really love to see, if it's possible, is have that other beer car have trouble tonight here at California. We need Kurt Busch not to have a good run to try to even up this points race so that Jr. can go into Richmond with a shot at getting into the chase. So now let's go back down trackside. I believe that Tony is caught up with the other Tony.
I caught up with the crew chief of the Budweiser Chevrolet. Tony Eury Jr. Tony, this is a unique race because of how hot it is, but we will eventually go into darkness. How much adjustability do you have to build into your Chevrolet?
Well, you just got to start out pretty neutral here, kind of loose. So the track, it's going to have a tendency to tighten up. Right now we got our car where it's loose, where it run on the bottom, and we'll probably go up to the top here about maybe the second run, but I think the race will be one to be who's got the best car on the bottom. A lot of guys are going to be fighting tight on the bottom and have to move up to the top. So I think I got it freed up enough where, we might not be able to take the leader in the first 30 laps, but I think in 60 we'll be fine.
How's the mood of your team been with 2 races to go?
I mean, everybody's still pumped up. I mean, we know we got to have a little luck to win this deal, but we just got to win a race. I mean, that's what we're focusing on. We're going each week, try to win the race, and wherever the points lie, that's what we'll take.
Tony Eury Jr., he'll call all the shots for Dale Earnhardt Jr. here this evening.
Well, they certainly have a little bit of an uphill battle, but when we look at this racetrack here, Tony, it is an interesting situation because, yes, it's 2 miles and there are 14 degrees in banking. They call it a D-shaped oval, but the interesting thing about this track, as we heard Dale Jr. say, is it gives you a lot of racing room and a lot of options for the driver. But here is the tough part. 250 laps, 500 miles tonight, and it is brutal hot out here. 107 degrees as we were getting ready to go racing tonight in the Sharp Aquos 500. So that 250 laps is something we'll have to keep our eye on. Remember, when we came here in February, Dale Jr. blew a motor and finished 40th here at California, only completing 74 laps. So we certainly hope that is not the case tonight. We're hoping that engine is good and strong and ready to go. But really the fun thing is whenever we get ready to do EA Sports, we get a chance to take a ride around this racetrack, and I think we're going to be lucky enough to have Tony Jr. tell us what it's like because he's a big gamer.
Yeah, Ray, we know he's a great crew chief, but he's also a great video gamer. NASCAR 08, one of his current favorites, so we're going to have Tony Eury Jr. take us around California Speedway. Here we go, Tony, heading down the front stretch.
Well, basically you want to stay out real wide here, get up against the wall, and as you ease down here, you're just going to trail brake a little bit. We try to stay on the very bottom because there's a seams in the racetrack. Your car kind of gets loose right there, so you try to get lose forward bite right here off of this corner. So you basically have to get it as straight up off there as you can. 3 and 4 is a little more forgiving. It's a little more like Michigan, so you just head down this long straightaway. And as you just you can arc it in a whole lot better. You just got to watch out for the sun up there. Those billboards will shade the top of the racetrack, so that's where you get to take advantage of a cooler track temp. Pretty much here, you're just riding off, try to get to the wall as straight as you can just to carry the momentum, and you might be able to draft past somebody to start finish line.
That was a heck of a lap. Now, California Speedway, how much time have you spent on that track so far in 08?
Well, I've spent a little bit of time. I've been practicing on more like Martinsville and stuff like that. Just a little bit more challenging than a cookie-cutter racetrack like this.
Well, if you play online, look for this guy. He's one of the best in the business when it comes to video games.
Thank you, Tony. That's pretty cool to have Tony Jr., and he is a big gamer. He did a great job of giving us an idea of what it's like to take a ride around this California Speedway. Of course, Dale Jr. rolling off 7th here on the starting grid, and that's good because you've got the bottom side of the racetrack to try to find out how your car is going to be early on here. We'll listen into the radio here a little bit as they do their pre-race ceremonies, getting ready to go for the Budweiser Chevrolet tonight here. 250 racing laps at California. Very, very hot outside, folks, and the sunshine, as we said, that glare will be a big part, but you'll notice, take a look at the black tape that's on the top of the windshield right there on the Budweiser Chevrolet. They've got about 11 inches of black tape up there to try to help combat that glare for Dale Jr. in the Budweiser Chevrolet. We'll see if we can reach him on the radio here. Dale Jr., Ray Dunlap, and Hotpass. You got a copy? Hey, bud, give us an idea. I know you said that your car's real good down there on the bottom, but how long will it be till you decide to try up there on the high side?
Probably when it don't run good on the bottom. I mean, if it's working on the bottom, I will just stay down there. It just matters where I think the speed's at. We'll try all kinds of stuff. If we get some room behind us, if we got guys racing behind us, we're going to try to stick with what we know, but if there's some room behind us, we can move around, look for some other areas on the track where the car is fast.
You guys didn't do a lot of laps of practice here at California. I guess you're pretty happy with that Bud Chevy.
I was. I didn't think we could make it much better. We tried a couple things and learned some stuff, but we really had a great car when we showed up, you know, and that's what you want. That's all I can ask out of my team, and they do it every week.
10-4, Bud. We'll be riding shotgun with you tonight. Good luck. We'll be riding along. We'll see you in Victory Lane.
I mean, thank you.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming in here, lots of pressure on him. And you know, the thing about it is, folks, there's been so much media hype around Dale Jr. When he made the announcement that he'd be going to Hendrick Motorsports next year, there's all the controversy about whether or not he was going to get the number 8. We know for sure that's not going to happen now. So an entire new package for Dale Jr. next year. It'll be a new number, new colors, new sponsor, and a brand new team. But these guys are very, very focused on trying to do everything they can do in the next 2 races to try to get a shot to put this Budweiser Chevrolet in the chase and be eligible to have a shot at a championship. Tony, speaking of heat, boy, it is miserable down there. It's pretty nice up here in the booth, I'll let you know that, but sorry about your luck getting pit road tonight.
Well, that's okay. Air conditioning, one of the greatest inventions of all time.
Fan.
We hear Steve Meal radioing in, making sure that Dale Jr.'s got his fans on. One of the things the teams will use to keep up with the track today is one of these mini temp gauges. And I want to point it down right now. Now, this is the concrete here in the pit box. And if we go down and look at it, we'll see that it's currently showing 109 degrees. Now, on the hot, dark asphalt out on the racetrack with these engines on it, we'll probably see about 20 degrees more, probably up around 129, 130 degrees when we start this race. Obviously, when the sun dips down below those billboards that Tony Jr. was talking about, the track temp will go down, but that'll be one of the things we'll keep an eye on all day long because it'll affect the handling of these race cars.
Well, and Tony, try to stay in the shade there, keep hydrated for sure. You know, Dale Jr. told me earlier today that it's really not bad once the cars are in motion. You get yourself psyched up, you get into it, you don't even think about the heat, but it's when the cars are going slow like this now, or when they were in practice, when you come into the garage area and you sit and you park for a while. That's why they didn't do a lot of practicing here throughout the course of the weekend. Dale Jr. said, I think the car is pretty good. I like what you brought me. He'd jump out of that car and head into the hauler and get himself cooled off a little bit. So the heat will certainly be a factor, no doubt about it. Now, we want to certainly let you know about the guys that'll be going over the wall tonight. Tony, you've got a great group down there, the Budweiser crew, some of the best in the business.
Absolutely, definitely some of the best in the business, and trying to stay shaded as well. Obviously, they have fire suits on, so that makes it even more one. But let's meet the team. We'll start with Jeff Clark.
Yes, Jeff Clark. I'm the gas man from Matthews, North Carolina.
Craig Lund, catch cam man, Edgerton, Wisconsin.
Greg Burkhart, rear tire changer, Archdale, North Carolina.
Brian Chase, Jackman, Phoenix, Arizona.
Eric Wakeland, rear tire carrier, Plymouth, Indiana, Blueberry Festival.
And I'm DJ. I change front tires from Ontario, New York, and want to say hey to Taylor at home. Bye.
The only person missing from this group, Sean Ward, he's trying to stay cool right now. He also has a small injury on his fingers. He's burnt his index finger and middle finger on his right hand. Says it shouldn't hurt him at all today. Ray?
Thank you, Tony. We're looking forward to getting going here, folks. This is it. We're getting ready to go underway with the Sharp Aquos 500. The green flag is out here at California Speedway.
Still outside you. Clear high. Outside, outside. Clear high.
You're hearing the voice of Steve Meal, the spotter for Dale Earnhardt Jr. And one of the things I really love about NASCAR Hotpass is that ability to listen to the throttle. And what a great job Dale Jr. did on the throttle there as he pulled up to the inside of Kyle Busch, feathered it 2 or 3 times and got the position, went to the inside. Now he's going to go up to the high side of the racetrack. Let's listen in for a lap at the throttle control from Jr.
By 3 to the 11.
Junior moves from 7th position on the grid to 5th in the running order. Upper left, you'll see a constant shot of the Budweiser Chevrolet and where he's at on the racetrack. At the bottom of your screen, you see looking out the back of the in-car camera, and in the upper right, that is actually the network broadcast from ESPN. That is not from Junior's car. That, of course, is looking out at the front of Jeff Gordon there, and you'll have the network feed for you throughout the course of the day in that upper right-hand box.
Ray, this is a very good sign for Dale Earnhardt Jr. early on. In our 2 practices yesterday, he felt like the car might be just too loose at the start of the run. He didn't feel like he'd be real strong, felt like it'd take a couple of laps to come in. They didn't make any major adjustments. We practiced about this same time yesterday, so far so good for the Budweiser Chevrolet. Dale Jr. moving up 2 positions early on.
And Tony, I think it'll be interesting to watch how the sun does affect these drivers. And we know that they have dark tear-offs on their visors for the early part of this race. They'll be able to remove those later on and then have a clear shield.
Alongside the 11, now it's just the 5, 2 car lengths back.
5 coming up there to challenge. A big gaggle of cars in the upper right.
You're clear high.
There's Kyle Busch on the outside, trying to run that high line, pulls up right beside Dale Jr.
Outside.
Makes the pass.
5 car lengths back to the 11.
Ray, you were mentioning that glare that the teams are going to have to deal with here this afternoon. We've seen several different teams use different items. Dale Jr. just going with a darker tear-off on the shield of his car. Tony Uri Jr. telling us that they usually run the black
back to the 11.
on the front windshield down a little lower than a lot of teams, so they're hoping that will help. Jimmy Johnson has actual tear-offs on the windshield from the inside that he can rip off, and Clint Boyer going with a system of 7 different colored tear-offs, so as the race progresses he can pull them away. Dale Jr. said it's just something you have to deal with. One pull-off for him is all he feels like he's really going to need.
And Tony, what we saw by watching practice yesterday, that glare really isn't too terrible for the drivers right now. It is going to take about probably 20 minutes here when it becomes 6 o'clock West Coast time, whenever that glare will be really bad, and then it's bad for about 25 minutes and then it'll probably go away.
Yeah, and it'll be very bad at that point. Ray, we had a chance to talk to our own DirecTV Hotpass announcer Mike Wallace, who ran the Busch race yesterday, and he said it's nearly blinding as you turn into the corner. It's real easy to miss your mark, so if you go in there 3 wide, you really need your spotter to let you know what's going on. The only way he could really relate it to the rest of us is if you are in a really bright situation and then walk into a dark room, you really can't see for a while, or vice versa. He said that's exactly the sensation they get, and for about 3 or 4 seconds they're literally blind behind the wheel of these cars.
Well, I guess Dale Jr. answered our question pretty early about when will he go to the high side. About lap 6 he's up there, and he's rolling right up there by the wall. But now watch Denny Hamlin as he's down on the bottom in that FedEx Chevrolet, rolling on the white line, and Jr. is able to keep up that momentum and really roll it off the corner. Here he comes on Ryan Newman, going to get a really good run right up to the bumper of the 12 and just goes slingshotting by. Looks like the 78 car has got some engine problems possibly. Not sure if that'll bring out a caution.
Outside, Dale Jr. Caution's out, caution's out.
Joe Nemechek driving the Furniture Row Chevrolet, and that will bring out a yellow.
A little rough ride, getting me in, bouncing and carrying on. Little chatter in the right front. In the center. All right, 10-4. A little rough in the front, getting down in.
Ray, it'll be interesting to see how NASCAR scores this, because it really looked like we were ahead of Ryan Newman right there when the yellow came out.
Bottom. It went to the top, and once I got the entrance high enough, the chatter in the center got a little better, but it's still a little bit there.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tony. He had clearly made the pass on the 12 car before that caution came out. So I'm sure they'll review that. Denny Hamlin right behind us.
Pit road is open.
Junior currently in 6th position as pit road gets open.
All right, we'll pit right here.
Nemechek takes his car behind the wall. Apparently Joe Nemechek will be behind the wheel of that race car for the next 2 or 3 weeks. Certainly committed to do Richmond for sure. So just 10 laps complete here, and we're going to go to the pits already. How many sets of tires they got ready for this weekend, Tony?
Well, looking down here, Ray, right now it looks like they have about 8 sets of tires. The crew is up on the wall right now. We're not sure if it's going to be a 4-tire or 2-tire stop. We don't really need to gain any track position, though. Dale Jr. obviously wants to be out front in clean air. He wants the 5 points for leading a lap. Certainly would like the bonus for leading the most. As Dale Jr.
4,700, way on down now, June.
4,700 second gear. That makes up 55 miles an hour on pit road. It's odd that he is behind Ryan Newman, so obviously we must have just hit one of the scoring loops out on the racetrack.
Stand away behind the 9 car, Tony Jr.
10 away. Here comes the,
June. Look left right here. Come on.
The Budweiser Chevrolet hits their marks. The crew goes around to the right side. They'll change right side tires. Don't see any chassis adjustments right now for the Budweiser Chevrolet. You see Jeff Clark around to the left side. Left side tires going on. Dale Jr. down and away, 13.6 seconds, Ray.
Good pit stop for the guys there as he races Jimmy Johnson off of pit road. And it looks like he'll come out about 5th or 6th, so going to gain it, or at least keep it even. So interesting that these guys pit already with just 10 laps completed here at the race. But, you know, that's the way it goes in NASCAR Nextel Cup racing. You're going to put tires on and stay even with the competition throughout the course of the night. I asked Tony Jr. earlier today whether or not he would consider a 2-tire stop later in the race. He said we consider every option every time. But for the balance of the race car, we believe that 4 tires are going to be the secret. And we expect this to be a long run towards the very finish of the race. So we'll see if that is in fact true. Looked like a little bit of trouble down there on pit road between the 42 and the 99. We'll check back in on that. Dale Earnhardt Jr. running 6th here at California.
The Fantasy Glory.
And Carl Edwards of Team Dish All-Stars wins again.
Look at the excitement down on the track. Carl's flipping over the great value he gets from Dish Network.
That's right, Jerry. Team Dish All-Stars can't stop celebrating all digital TV for less.
Announcing America's Top 100 from Dish Network. You get over 100 all-digital channels for just $29.99 a month, plus a free DVR or HD DVR upgrade. Call today and get HBO and Cinemax free for 3 months. All digital TV worth celebrating. America's Top 100 from Dish Network. It's about time.
Having a half-ton with the most legroom and a fancy rear seat is great, but truckers want to know if it's still got some truck left in it. We'll put it this way. If it'll drawbar pull 6,400 pounds of dead weight, towing 10,100 pounds is a walk in the park. Hello, Dolly. Available on the Tundra Crew Max, the truck that's changing it all.
The forecast, plenty of sunshine today with seasonal temperatures.
Dude, clean up.
Heading back to school? Then head into your neighborhood Radio Shack. Don't just buy stuff, do stuff. Do more on the go with the SanDisk 2GB USB flash drive, now just $19.99 at Radio Shack.
Tommy.
Marco?
Looking good.
I thank you.
Love the jacket.
Do you?
Yes.
$90.
What?
Ooh, nice shoes.
$50.
I'm proud of you.
Love the hair.
Oh yeah, my cousin does it. $20.
Very nice.
Nice tie.
Thanks for thinking my tie's nice.
What'd you spend on that?
$12.
Double cheeseburger, $1.
McDonald's melty, beefy double cheeseburger.
I'll give you $2.
3.
What, are you made of money?
Just one of the extravagant choices on the dollar menu. Are you a dollar millionaire?
engine what it wants. Always ask for Pennzoil.
ESPN College Football Primetime. Florida State Clemson, Monday at 8 Eastern.
Welcome back to California. We just went green a half a lap ago, and we got a side-by-side battle with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jeff Gordon. They are racing for position number 7. Martin Truex Jr. got a great restart. He was right behind Dale Jr., and he came flying up there and got the position. Now they're going to have to split the 49 of John Andretti, and he goes right through the middle as Gordon takes the bottom side, Jr. to the high side. And now we got the 11 car in the mix.
Still inside. Got the 11 down there, big hole behind the 11.
I know you hear we hear this every week where we say it a lot that you got to have a couple of laps before the air temperature comes up in these tires. Even it's so hot out there today, it still takes you 2 or 3 laps to get that car back under you and feel comfortable about burying it down into the corner here at 180 miles an hour. The California Speedway absolutely gives these drivers so many options to go high and low and all over the place. These are the races here and the races at Michigan International Speedway. We very rarely see cautions.
Struggling on just right up there, Gene. Clear by a car length back to the 11.
Again, that's Steve Meal, the spotter, talking to Dale Jr. and Tony. In the upper left, you see Max Siegel in the white shirt with the black hat alongside Tony Uri Jr., crew chief for Dale Jr.
Ray, what a great in-car shot at Dale Earnhardt Jr. See just how compact the cockpits are on these Nextel Cup cars. One of the good things I'm seeing, we saw Hermie Sadler's lap earlier in the day in Speed 1. We didn't see the window net move a whole lot. It looks like from Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car that the window net is moving a little bit, meaning some air is getting into the car to help him stay a little bit cool as he battles here to the inside. Dale Jr. yesterday loved the bottom groove of the racetrack. Felt like
cautions out for debris, June. Cautions out for debris.
That would be the place for him to be.
It's on the low side of the front straightaway up here, June. Wait before you get start finish. Just stay up. Yeah, you see it, or go below it. There you go.
Ray under caution again, and once again we are running side by side with somebody, so see how NASCAR scores this.
Nice.
Dale Jr. said he thought the car might be just a little bit tighter than it was on that first run. Debris on the front straightaway brings out caution number 2. I just get done saying that we very rarely see any cautions here at California Speedway, and we've already had 2 in the first 17 laps.
How hot you water, Dale Jr.? 220. Yes, sir.
Ray, it reminds me a little bit of the Brickyard 400 about a month ago.
In what way, Tony? You mean because the caution's early?
That was a racetrack where you never saw a whole lot of cautions, a lot of single file racing, and I think we had 5 or 6 in the first, 150 miles of that race.
So we got our second caution here at California Speedway. We've only got 17 laps complete. A lot of racing coming your way right here on Hotpass.
No matter how you say it, one beer is the perfect choice at any corner bar in any corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
No matter where you are, no matter how fast you go, what's inside, we'll show everything. Every car, every driver, every ding and dent will be different with this.
Different.
Look. Wow. It's amazing. It's the mirrors.
HD TV powered by DLP. See how millions of tiny mirrors make the picture amazing.
Get 3-year no-interest financing on all Mitsubishi and Samsung HD TVs powered by DLP.
It hasn't been an easy season for the Napa racing team, but I still got a lot of supportive letters from my fans. Todd in Tulsa, thanks for asking, but no, I'm not pitting during my qualifying lap. And Mike in Athens, yes, I do know I have to yank it back into 4th gear. And John in Salt Lake, yeah, I'm going slower, but you would not believe the fuel mileage I'm getting. And Jesse in Kansas City, I'm not sure what kind of racer your half-blind grandma is, but I'll take that as a compliment.
We need more customers. So, what? Advertise?
Ask the ad guru.
The first path, Yellow Book.
Excellent. Yellow Book. But what about the internet?
The second path, yellowbook.com.
What if people look on search engines?
The third path, trust Yellow Book to place your ad on powerful search engines across the internet. The path begins with Yellow Book.
Business is off the charts.
Wherever you look, Yellow Book.
Yesterday's history, just a nice memory.
I never think about yesterday.
The only day that matters is today.
Start today with Gillette Fusion Power and the confidence you get from the world's closest, most comfortable shave. Turn it on. Soothing micropulses help you reduce friction. You'll barely feel the blades. Gillette Fusion Power. Be your best today.
The NASCAR.com Superstore is your home for the largest selection of officially licensed NASCAR gear. Shop now and earn valuable NASCAR race points only at the NASCAR.com Superstore.
Yeah, little chili peppers for you. Back out in California, second time of the year, a new Labor Day tradition as we come to the West Coast. As we're closing in on the chase for the Nextel Cup Championship, just 2 races remaining tonight and Richmond. Only 19 laps complete. Tony, they're getting ready to come to the green, but real quick, give us an idea what's going on down there on pit road.
Well, the big thing right now is trying to keep these tires cool as well as the crew members. You can see right now they've got an easy up tent here that's protecting the tires. And actually, if Brad kind of swings the camera over to his right, you'll see where I'm standing. This is where the tent was just about 30 seconds ago. Because the sun's starting to set now, they've moved the tent over. That'll keep all these tires in the shade, trying to keep the buildup in the tires from getting too hot. Obviously, try to keep the tires cool so they're good to go when they get on the Budweiser Chevrolet.
Outstanding. So everybody getting a little bit of shade down there. The 107 air temperature out there will drop down. It'll get a real balmy, very cool 94 before this evening is over. So it is absolutely brutal hot out here, folks. And if you're watching on the East Coast, I know it's been 75 and 80. Very comfortable back there. 19 laps complete, and we're back under green here at California.
Green flag, green flag. Clear.
Dale Jr. able to get himself into a single file run. There are quite a bit of 2x2 battles on this track.
Fucking motor, fucking restarts.
Doesn't seem like it gets going quite the way he would like it to on the restarts. Tony, I know, I mentioned at the top of the show that these guys didn't do a lot of practicing. Dale Jr. told us that's partly because he's really happy with the race car, but there's a little more to it, right?
Absolutely, Ray. The motor department at Dale Earnhardt Incorporated only allowed 70 laps for these teams to run from the DEI stable on these motors because they haven't been having good success with their motor reliability, as well as it's been so hot. So as you can see from the graphic, since the time Dale Jr. unloaded, they've only run 38 total laps. That includes qualifying, and just to set that into perspective, Ryan Newman yesterday in happy hour ran 38 laps. So they want to try to make this motor last 500 miles here today in California, and under the heat, that's a good idea.
Well, and the heat will definitely affect these engines, no doubt about it. You're putting a lot hotter air in there for the air and fuel mixture. You've got to change the jetting. A lot of it has to do with altitude, and these motor tuners have been very, very busy out here throughout the course of the weekend. Across this season, the Budweiser Chevrolet has had engine failure at Texas, Indianapolis, Watkins Glen, and of course at the spring race right here at California Speedway. Back in Fontana in February, Dale Jr. finished 40th, so they know it is a concern. And if they're going to have any shot whatsoever to make this chase, they got to finish 250 laps today. And a spin out by Elliott Sadler in the 19.
To the yellow, June. Come back to the yellow.
Three cautions already on 23 laps. There's a lot of times we run races here that don't have 5 cautions in them for the entire day.
Ray, I think a lot of that has to do with the heat on this racetrack. Remember, we ran the Busch race yesterday, so there's tire and fluid that just happens during a race. And I think with this heat, the fact that no cars have been on this racetrack all afternoon has just made it very slick.
19 spinning off of 2.
And Tony, the 19 was way up against the wall. He had his right rear corner panel touched right up to the wall there, and I think he just got in the marbles and the loose stuff over there, and that's what may have caused that.
And we saw that a couple of times in the Busch race last night. Greg Biffle, for one, having a great run, was up there on the high side and got loose. So I think a slick racetrack as well as maybe a little bit of a dirty racetrack up in the high groove.
So Dale Jr. currently posted in 6th. Right ahead of him, Denny Hamlin in the FedEx Chevrolet. Jeff Gordon behind him. Kyle Busch did not get a very good start at the very top of this race, but he has been able to move up there and put pressure on Kurt Busch. We would certainly love to see somebody else other than Kurt Busch leading this race. We need him not to get any bonus points today, or the bonus points for leading the most laps. But we've got a lot of good drivers for you today here at California Speedway. When you take a look at Hotpass from channel 795 all the way down to 799, we've got you covered with Stuart Boyer Gordon, Juan Pablo Montoya, and of course, for all of you in the Sea of Red, Earnhardt Nation is tuned in right here to 799.
And Ray, most of the leaders coming down pit road. Dale Earnhardt Jr. elects to stay out behind Kyle Busch, so maybe an opportunity for us to lead some laps here early on.
That would be really good. And Kurt Busch, one of those guys that did come to pit road. Jimmy Johnson getting service in the upper right-hand corner of your ESPN broadcast. Junior staying on the racetrack, so that'll give us track position into the 2nd spot, and maybe, just maybe, he'll be able to pass Kyle Busch and get 5 bonus points to even us up there with Kurt Busch, who has led from the beginning of this race.
Ray, we've been racing with Denny Hamlin a lot. They're pitted just 2 stalls down. Hamlin taking on 4 tires, but an extended stay. Problems with the left front tire, getting that on the number 11 FedEx Chevrolet.
So this is interesting strategy. We'll write down on our little pit chart here, did not pit on lap 25. And I saw that Kurt Busch actually lost 3 spots coming off of the pit road. And you know, when we come to California, Tony, there are some interesting people in the house. We saw Melissa Etheridge sang the national anthem for us this evening. And Stevie Wonder, one of the greatest musicians of all time, here tonight, 19-time Grammy Award winner. Stevie Wonder was entertaining the crowd here at California Speedway before this race got underway, stopping by to visit with the folks at ESPN. And what a great musician Stevie Wonder is. That's pretty cool to see him here.
Ray, let me jump in here real quick and talk to Tony Jr. Most of the field came down right there. You guys elected to stay out. What's your thoughts?
Well, I mean, you're taking too big of a chance to get back there and lose your track position. I mean, you knew there would be half the field 14th on back, didn't have nothing to lose, and then you'd have guys taking 2. So really ain't got that many green flag laps on that set of tires. So we'll just stay out, keep our track position, and just let it go again.
Tony Uri electing for track position early on here at California.
Thank you, Tony. That's pretty cool to know. So we're about ready to go back to green flag racing. Lap 27 will be the restart. Dale Jr. will be right behind Kyle Busch, and we'll see what kind of run he can get on him and whether or not we can get up there and get 5 bonus points for leading a lap. We heard Dale Jr. say something about the engine not coming quite up to full song on the restart the last time. But
Ray, by the way, I should get 5 points for trying to get down that ladder off the pit box.
Yeah.
They've got the easy up as close to the pit box as they can. There's a little bit of an overhang, so the guys are using it for some shade, and they've moved it close to trying to get down that ladder with the pack. That's worth 5 bonus. I just Put a little mark in your booth.
All right, yep, I got you down here for some bonus points.
And if I survive the whole race without passing out, I should get a bonus 5 there too.
Yeah,
what do you say?
It is truly miserable, and we can't really convey that to the folks at home quite enough to let them know just how incredibly miserable it is here at California Speedway. But you know, if you folks have any questions about Dale Jr., the Budweiser Chevrolet, the California Speedway, or whatever, just email it to us at hotpass@directtv.com. Tony or I will try to get you an answer that's reasonable, but make sure you give us your name and hometown. We want to get a shout out to you. Send us an email during today's broadcast, and we'll try to get you an answer. Green flag is back out at California.
Green flag, green flag.
Tony, I can't get over how much debris is on the racetrack. We are seeing hot dog wrappers and pieces of paper and lots of stuff flying up from underneath Kyle Busch's race car, and that could certainly be a concern for these guys. I know a lot of the teams left big openings on the grills because of the heat here. They didn't tape these cars down like you would normally see on a super speedway race, but hopefully we won't have any engine issues throughout the course of the day here from debris.
And Ray, that always surprises me when we go to a track like here in California, even its sister track in Michigan, we tend to see a lot of debris and paper, especially on the front stretch, that seems to find its way to the grill of these cars. If you really look out at the front stretch of this racetrack, the stands sit back probably 10 or 20 feet from the fence. They're not right on top of the fence like we see at some of the short tracks. So very interesting, but it seems like this track in Michigan accumulate the most debris as Dale Jr. now looks underneath of Kyle Busch.
Boy, he had a great run on him down the back straightaway. I mean, he was right up to the bumper, but had to come off the throttle and burp it just a little bit so that he didn't go entering in that corner too fast. Here he goes again. We'll watch if he can get another run down the back straightaway. He's off the throttle just a bit and right back on it here.
Still clear by 3 to the 17.
Boy, that's hard to believe, isn't it, Tony, that Matt Kenseth is running well on a 2-mile racetrack. Here he comes up into third position.
Matt Kenseth, always one of the favorites when you come to these big 2-mile racetracks. Something about Roush Racing and these 2-mile tracks, they seem to dominate at the sister track at Michigan, have always run good. Matt Kenseth does not practice very well. He didn't qualify very well, but obviously in race trim, he stayed out like we did. Seems to have one of the faster cars. You see Dale Jr. gets that nice run off the high side and able to pull back in front of the 17 of Matt Kenseth.
Clear.
Kenseth, who started all the way back in 36, and he shoots down to the inside, but will the momentum work for Dale Jr.? I think it will. Here he comes to the high side. Kenseth's going to roll right up beside us, but Jr. able to continue to hold that spot. I think those cars just get so tight when they're pinched down on the inside of this racetrack. Jr. now with another good run on Kyle Busch, looking to the inside of the 5. Come on, Junebug, we need to lead a lap here. Busch using the high side of the racetrack, right about where Jr. wants to be, I think, so that's making it difficult for him to try to get that pass done. And here comes Kenseth on the inside.
Ray, it looks like Dale Jr. a lot better in turns 1 and 2 than Kyle Busch. Let's see if he makes another run at him here on this lap.
He rolls out of that throttle, Tony, and he gets down there about mid-racetrack. Kenseth got the position that time. So 32 laps are complete here. You're watching the Sharp Aquos 500. This is DirecTV, Dale Jr. Nation on 799.
This is for the kids, for the pets. It's for story time, for the great outdoors, and the chance of a lifetime. This is for all the little reasons that are bigger than NASCAR. It's why we created the NASCAR Foundation, and you can help support the causes that mean the most to all of us by becoming a friend of the foundation.
Get involved. Show your compassion as part of the NASCAR family. Visit NASCAR.com to learn how.
Become a friend of the foundation for all the right reasons.
The DirecTV Concert Series presents two of pop music's hottest live acts. Gwen Stefani hollers back live from Anaheim, California. And the Black Eyed Peas pump it up down under. Gwen Stefani and the Black Eyed Peas get it started. All this month on the 101, only on DirecTV.
I'm Earnhardt Jr., and you're riding shotgun with me all race long, right here on NASCAR Hotpass.
And the tasty 6-inch sweet onion chicken teriyaki from Subway restaurants. Make it part of a new Subway Fresh Fit meal with new better-for-you sides and drinks like apple slices, raisins, and milk. Pick one up today.
Subway, race hard, eat fresh.
Hello, I'm Alex Keith, president of Old Spice Marketing. To promote the new Old Spice Collectors series, we pioneered a unique media opportunity. Tony Stewart's armpits.
I think it's really good. This is the same car that you wanted.
Why live with athlete's foot? The itching, the burning. Lotrimin Ultra treats most athlete's foot in just 1 week's use. And Lotrimin Ultra is so ultra powerful, nothing cures faster. Lotrimin Ultra, the 1 week killer cure.
How are you, Mr. Hero?
Carl?
Like the devil, 'cause they're never gonna leave you alone. In the alley, 'cause they're never gonna find you a home.
You're a wicked weapon.
Shoot 'em up. Rated R. Starts Friday.
Welcome back to California. I'm Ray Dunlap along with Tony Rizzuti bringing you coverage of the Budweiser Chevrolet here on NASCAR Hot Pass. You find it only on DirecTV. We've got Dale Jr. for you once again next week at Richmond, and today is Judgment Day. We have got to get a win here today, got to lead a bunch of laps, and got to get the maximum number of points possible to have any remote shot at getting Dale Jr. in to the chase for the championship, which we begin at New Hampshire.
Ray getting another good run on the outside while we are away at break. Though we're not really ever away, we always keep the camera angle on there. But Dale Jr. told Tony Jr. that the car's just so tight, he's trying to find anywhere where he can keep some speed. Dale Jr. going right up next to the wall, trying to find some speed up high.
Yeah, and that's right where Elliott Sadler was when he spun out. But boy, look at that momentum off of the corner. He goes rocketing by Matt Kenseth.
Clear.
And it appears some smoke coming out of Michael Waltrip's Napa Toyota. We see in the upper right on ESPN, they've got their camera on him. Looks like Michael may be in position to be losing an engine here at California early on. More debris, lots of debris on this racetrack, very odd. And we're getting some flames, a little bit of flame coming out of the back side of that Budweiser Chevrolet when he's rolling up through there on the high side of that racetrack. We'll try to zoom in on that a little bit for you and get a closer look at it.
And Ray, that's something we saw early on when NASCAR made the move in the Nextel Cup Series to the unleaded fuel. We'd see a lot of that flame burn off when they went into the corner and got off of the gas. Hopefully that's the current situation for the Budweiser Chevrolet.
Yeah, I think it is, Tony. I think it's just fuel burn off. We'll see right here as you zoom in on
yellow, got a yellow.
Oh, and Michael hard into the wall with big fire coming out of the Toyota. We told you he was having a problem, and that engine let go. Fourth yellow of the day comes out here on lap 40.
And that's a scary deal. Remember, Michael Waltrip, a very big guy, so to get out of these tight race cars, hope to see him get out of that car soon as the rear end of that car is on fire.
Into three, right up against the wall.
We got firemen there, but none with a fire extinguisher.
I think it's a 55 car.
Here comes Michael out of the car.
Hey, I know you know Michael very well from working with him on the Truck Series events. He's about 6'5", almost 6'6", so these cars are about as big as he can get in. If they make them any smaller, Michael will be pretty much out of it. You see he's walking out on his own with the help of the safety crew, so that's good news, because that was a scary incident with those flames. You talk to these drivers, the scariest thing to them is not so much the crash, but the flames and the fire.
I'm running second, so it's not real tight. It's just tight.
Tony Jr. wanting to know how tight the race car was. Now here is a look at Michael Waltrip. He blows a left front tire. Obviously an oil line loose.
And Ray, that almost makes me wonder, we were talking about how far these cars travel during the break. It almost makes me wonder if that smoke we were seeing might not have been tire smoke, and that tire finally let go.
Well, we're going to have pit stops coming up here, but they are not ready to open up pit road yet, I don't believe. Now, we want to show you what happened yesterday right here in the NASCAR Busch Series. We see Michael with a lot of fire up there, and that was a scary moment. But here is yesterday. If you take a look in the upper left at our rewind, here is the 88 car of Brad Keselowski, gets pinched off, hits that wall head on, and goes up in the air 15 or 16 feet, riding the fence, and another big ball of flames coming out. That is Dale Jr.'s Busch Series race car, and we heard Tony talk to him at the top of the show that Brad is okay. A minor concussion, but no broken bones, and what an unbelievable hit that was. One of the hardest crashes we have seen in a long time. Michael took a hard hit here. David Rudiman has had a terribly hard hit at this racetrack.
And Ray, let's not forget, back in 2002, Dale Jr. had the real bad crash off of turn number 4 that left him with a severe concussion.
Okay, here they are coming on pit road. Dale Jr. comes in running second. They're going to get some fresh tires on that Bud Chevy. We'll listen in.
That's him, Tony Jr. In away, right? Right there.
Dale Jr. hits the marks. The crew go around to the right side. Chris Crumley, your front changer, your rear changer. Greg Burkhart, we met these guys early on. Sean Ward, he's playing with a little bit of an injury today so far. He's your front carrier. Rear carrier, Eric Wakeland, the Jackman. Brian Chase.
Go, go, go. One outside.
Dale Jr. down and away, 15.1. Not one of their better stops there, Ray.
15.1, we'll mark that one down here on lap 40. Looked like there might have been just a little bit of a hang-up there for some reason. And an interesting strategy that Dale Jr. stayed out early there to try to get some track position. My monitor in here shows him leading a lap, but I don't believe that is the case as of yet. I don't believe that is correct, so we'll have to check on that, find out what the situation was. But at lap 42, they come down pit road. Junior saying that his car was very, very tight and trying to find a place on the racetrack where he could run.
Yeah, Ray, and now the Budweiser crew taking a look at these tires that just came off. That's Ray Ocean. He's writing down the buildups to the tires to find out just how much the tires have built up on that stop. Taking a look at all of them. They'll also take a burner and actually burn a layer of the rubber off from the buildup when these tires cool down to see just how much wear the tires got. That's what the team's doing currently.
All right, Tony, thanks. We'll come back to California Speedway here shortly. Dale Jr. pits at lap 40.
Peyton's calling an audible.
Hey, you, come here. It's 28-3. If you had an NFL Sunday ticket from DirecTV, you can watch up to 14 games every Sunday. So instead of watching this, you watch my brother Eli play against the Cowboys. Oh, I gotta run. Actually, I think I'll pass.
Pump fake. Touchdown!
Join now and get 4 months free of our best TV package when you buy NFL Sunday Ticket, only on DirecTV.
I, Tony Sinclair, in my relentless pursuit of cocktail perfection, journeyed to exotic India in search of the fabled Rangpur lime. The quest was arduous, but the result, delicious.
Discover Tanqueray Rangpur, the new mixable gin that goes with everything.
What's next? Ice cubes that don't melt. Ready to Tanqueray, Rangpur style.
Always in moderation.
You know, taking risks is part of racing. But when it comes to running my business, I never risk it, and neither should you. Rely on Office Depot for everything from office supplies to office furniture to the latest technology like laptops and software. Everything your business needs. So race into Office Depot today. Oh, that would have been bad.
Office Depot, proud sponsor of NASCAR, Carl Edwards, and the number 99 Roush Fenway Racing Team.
Maybe Team Tylenol's so fast because they use rocket boosters.
Yeah, a plutonium.
Or a time machine. Guys, I think it has something to do with rabbit release.
It's rapid release, Elliot.
Oh. Come on, guys. We've got to figure out Team Tylenol's secret.
Let's have our fans help us out with this.
Join the Underground Alliance and start your investigation today at StopTeamTylenol.com. You could win a trip to Daytona.
The NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown. Some of the hungriest drivers in North America in one of the biggest races of the year.
Paul Page in Indianapolis, where for 53 years they've been racing the U.S. Nationals. It's the most historic, most prestigious event in drag racing. And tomorrow on Labor Day, we do it all again. There have been plenty of good stories. There'll be more tomorrow.
Welcome back to California. 44 laps complete of 250 tonight in the Sharp Aquos 500. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is being shown in 6th position on the racetrack right now. He came into the pits running 2nd and went out in 4th, and a number 2 or 3 guys did not pit in that round. Take a look at our hot shots right now to show you where all of the guys are running that we're covering today on NASCAR Hotpass. Of course, Junior, the very best of the best today right now, running in 6th. Jeff Gordon back in 10th. Tony Stewart, I'm sure we'll hear from him before the day is over. And a slow start for Juan Montoya back in 42nd today here at California. Now, the question came up, did Dale Earnhardt Jr. lead a lap? And the answer is yes, and I think we can explain that for you. We'll be going green the next time by. Here's the situation. Kyle Busch was ahead of Dale Earnhardt Jr. when they entered the pit road, but as they pulled down pit road, now you can see as we slowly move along there, we'll find Kyle Busch's pit stall, and it's right before the start-finish line. So when Kyle Busch pulls in there and stops, he doesn't cross the start-finish line. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. did, and therefore he was posted as the leader of lap number 41.
And Ray, we'll take him any way we can get him.
Absolutely. Yeah. 5 points is 5 points.
There was a lot of confusion down here. Steve Meal said, I think we just led a lap, and they actually had to kind of look around and try to figure it out, and then they realized because he came down and Kyle had made that pit stop that they actually picked it up here on pit road.
Now watch, right here on ESPN, Tony.
Yep.
Kyle Busch pulls over, and bam, right there's the start-finish line. So when Kyle pulls into his pits and Dale Jr. goes by, the start-finish line comes all the way across the racetrack and protrudes across start-finish line, or excuse me, across pit road. So therefore, we got a lap lead. It wasn't on the racetrack, but it still counts.
5 points.
Absolutely, and that will even us up with Kurt Busch, who got 5 points earlier. So we are getting ready to go back to green here at California Speedway. Dale Jr. will restart in 6th position. Johnny Sauter is out front of the field. He did not pit. I doubt he'll stay there very long.
Flag. The 70 up here struggling in front of the 1, Jim. Clear by 1 to the 2 car. Clear high, 2 car back bumper. Clear.
Once again, we want to remind you folks that you can send in emails to us at NASCAR Hotpass. We'll try to answer them for you. All you got to do is write to us at hotpass@directtv.com. And of course, we got one from Keith Hanford. No, excuse me, Keith in Hanford, I should say. Keith wrote in to us a week ago and asked us to say hi to his wife, Pam. Of course, Keith is in the Navy. Watching Dale Jr., they're big fans of the 8.
Clear by 3.
We said hi to Pam. So, Pam, if you're watching again today, Keith says hi and hope you're enjoying our coverage today here on Channel 799. Hoping to get Dale Jr. in the chase. Right now, Kurt Busch running right behind us. Busch is posted in 4th position. Martin Truex back in 5th. Now, here's the chase scenario, really. We've got to finish way ahead of Kurt Busch in this race and at Richmond, or we've got to have Kurt Busch, Martin Truex, or Kevin Harvick have some sort of a catastrophe, a blown engine early on in this race. They need to finish back in the 40s in order for us to get the maximum number of points, and Busch now putting some pressure on Dale Jr.
Inside. Inside by a fender, Dale Jr.
Side-by-side racing with the beer, the battle of the beer. Here's Junior with the momentum on the high side.
Clear.
Wow, Ray, it's just amazing how much of a run you can get when you run that higher groove. I mean, he pulled away to what, about 6 car lengths right there.
Yeah, and I think, Tony, that's what we've seen, and that's what we heard from Dale Jr. is the fact that that is going to be the way to keep your momentum up there. But he still believes that at the end of the race to win this thing, you're going to have to be able to hug that white line. But, boy, it seems to me like whoever's up top has a big advantage.
Clear by 2 car lengths to the 1.
Yeah, he spent both practices right down on the bottom. He told Tony Eury that he could probably go up high, run maybe 3/10 faster than he did during all of practice, but really felt like once the sun went down, once the track tightened up, if the track does indeed tighten up, we've seen this track actually get looser when the Truck Series comes here, but felt like the bottom would be the place to be if you wanted to win.
Great battle here as Dale Jr. running with teammate Martin Truex Jr. So the guys from DEI, both with strong race cars today here at California and plenty of horsepower. The question mark out there is, will it last all 250 laps? We sure hope so. They've had some trouble over the last 4 or 5 races. We did see an interview there from Michael Waltrip, so it appears that he is okay, and that is great news as he shedded that left front tire, took a hard hit into the wall, and a massive fire broke out on that Napa Tundra, or Camry, sorry. I'm so used to doing the truck races, I say Tundra all the time. Napa Camry had a big hit. Got another email in from Leanne, who's in Sierra Vista, California. Leanne wants to know, how do the drivers stay comfortable when it's this crazy hot? Again, we told you it was 107 degrees air temperature when we started racing today here at California. And Leanne, there's a couple of answers there. Number one, they do have a cool box inside the race car which blows air that is cooler than the outside air temperature into their helmet, and some of the drivers have a tube that goes inside of their driver fire suit to try to blow a little cooler air in there. Now, it's not like the air conditioner in your street car. It's not going to blow out 40-degree air. With the air temperature being 107 today, it's probably going to blow air out of there that's about 80 degrees, but that's a lot better than the 130 that the temperature probably is on the inside of this race car after all the heat from the engine compartment. So it is absolutely miserable for these guys. There's a very good chance we'll see a couple of drivers struggle with finishing today's race here, as we are just at the 1/5 mark of 250 laps around this 2-mile speedway on a very, very hot day in California. Got a good group of Chevrolets running up in the top 10 right now with Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Tony
Mike
Stewart.
Fairley fucking hang on to his one-car back bumper.
Junior trying the bottom of the racetrack. Here goes Truex for position.
Ray, sounds like he might be a little loose.
Yeah, I would agree with that. He was very, very tight before the last pit stop, so obviously some air pressure adjustments to try to loosen up that race car. And as you said, this track very well may loosen up through the course of the night. Back with more racing from California right after these messages.
Sometimes just getting to retirement seems impossible. That's where we come in. As the nation's 401k leader, the Principal offers many simple ways to plan for retirement, making it easier for you to get where you're going. The Principal Financial Group will give you an edge.
There's over 100 years of racing heritage behind every new Ford. We use racing technology to make our vehicles safer, designs bolder, performance stronger. At Ford, racing's in our blood. Don't miss Ford Championship Weekend at Homestead Miami Speedway. Enter to win the ultimate fan experience at racetothedream.com.
And it all comes down to this for Hauer.
For his fiancée, it's meant postponing their wedding for this event.
It's a clean start. There seems to be some sort of trouble with the Hampton boat. Oh dear, a seat just broke.
The boat is literally falling apart.
Somebody is going to have a lot of explaining to do.
Not the official tools of competitive rowing. The official tools of NASCAR. Craftsman at Sears.
Final boarding call, flight 304.
New long-lasting Extra Superman.
Here's to men who want more time at the game and less time in the men's room. And here's to Flomax. In 1 week, Flomax may relieve male urinary symptoms due to BPH, also called an enlarged prostate. Only your doctor can tell if you have BPH, not prostate cancer. Common side effects of Flomax are runny nose, dizziness, and decrease in semen. Upon standing, a sudden drop in blood pressure may occur, rarely resulting in fainting. So when starting Flomax, avoid situations where injury could result. If considering cataract surgery, tell your eye surgeon you've taken Flomax. Could you feel a difference in 1 week? Ask your doctor about Flomax. One Flomax a day could make a difference in 1 week.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Bam. Dun.
Back to California Speedway. They call it the Los Angeles Market, about 60 miles to the east. And it has been a wild one already here. We had some contact on pit road. We've had a lot of guys coming to pit road. We've had a number of cautions. Big fire from Michael Waltrip. And Dale Jr. has been saying on the radio while we were in break that the car is bouncing up and down on the front end. Sort of a suspension issue of some sort, and very, very loose for that Budweiser Chevy.
Ray, that was something that he did complain about in the first practice yesterday, that he felt like the car was just bouncing around. They made some adjustments to it, said the car was really good after that, so that's something we've heard all day long, but now he's developed a really loose condition, so what he's basically saying is it's bouncing down the straightaways so that when he starts to turn into the corner, the car hasn't landed yet, plus it's loose, not a feeling the driver wants to have at over 200 miles an hour.
Kyle Busch is set sail. We don't even hardly see him in the shot here as Junior stays to the high side, taking over the position from Matt Kenseth. And as they go by the stripe this time, it will be Martin Truex in second, Dale Jr. to third, and Kenseth drops back to fourth. Let's take a look here at the glare that these drivers are getting now as they head down into turn number 3. Truex to the inside. Truex way down to the bottom of the track. Dale Jr. staying up on the high side. Stays in the throttle pretty good right there. We'll listen for him to lay out. Eases off that pedal. 1, 2, 3, and back into the throttle. Now we'll see what kind of glare we get going to turn 3 this time.
Ray, doesn't look like it's too bad yet, but I think in about 15 minutes or so, that'll be blinding even to our roof camera.
Yeah, I would agree with you. We were talking about that taking about an hour before we get there, and we're coming up on that on the first hour of this race. 62 laps complete of a distance of 250 today here at California. Jimmy Johnson having a battle there with the 2 car up on the upper right. We'll get back to the emails here. Once again, you can send emails to us. We'll try to get you a good answer. And this one comes from Jeremy Scott from Roanoke Rapids, North Carolina. Jeremy wrote in and said, what about the heat and how does it affect the tire wear? Tony, you've been watching the tires that have come off this race car here today. Any visuals, anything in particular you've seen today?
No, Ray, this is a pretty good tire. This is the tire we run at Dover, also at Michigan. It's not a super hard tire, but it's soft by no means. We've kept an eye on it, Friday and Saturday because we've been, like we said, around 107 degrees, track temperatures around 141, but Goodyear's done their research here. Obviously, as the track cools down, your wear will get a little bit better, but it'll also change the balance of the race car. But no, the extreme heat hasn't seemed to be much of a problem for the tire specialists so far this weekend.
And Jeremy, just to add to what Tony's saying there, these tires are so hard these days from Goodyear that there's not a lot of wear at most racetracks, except for, of course, when we go to Darlington. But the thing that the drivers and the crew chiefs had to been concerned about in practice here was keeping a bead blower blowing on the actual bead where the tire hooks into the wheel. You want to keep that area as cool as possible so that you don't have too much temperature there. But this outside air temperature being in the 100 degrees, with the 130 track temperature, man, those tires get hot right away as soon as they hit the racetrack. But it's not too much heat to give them any excessive wear.
Ray, there's a good shot of one of the wheels right there. You'll notice the colored paint they put on the lug nuts. the teams do that so that when the changers go over the wall at a lot of tracks, not so much here at California, but you'll get some brake dust off the front of the wheel when he stops. Makes it hard to see those lug nuts, so they put that fluorescent tape or a fluorescent sticker on there. Just helps the tire changers be able to see the lug nuts a lot better.
And Tony, if you will, just show us there where the bead is, right at the wheel. We've got the wheel there, and you can see, like where it says LF12 right there, that's the bead all the way around. And that on the outside of the tire is not going to be a problem, but on the back side where you have the brake rotor, that can be a problem. And we've got another tire issue for the 19 of Elliott Sadler. He's on his way to pit road. Looked like a right front may have gone down for the 19 there, Tony, but again, it's the brake temperature that really makes the difference there, not so much the temperature of the racetrack. Time for another quick break. We'll be back with more racing from the California Speedway.
No, baby, but this isn't goodbye, okay?
I wish you didn't have to go.
I'll be back.
What's that?
It's Orbit's telling me my flight's delayed. Guess we have more time.
I gotta get
I'm gonna hit the duty-free shop. I'll call you.
Orbitz TLC gives you free updates to keep you a step ahead. Only at Orbitz.com.
Millions of Americans have made Hydroxycut the #1 selling weight loss product because it works.
I'm Allison from California. I lost 26 pounds fast with Hydroxycut.
I'm Skip from Phoenix, and I lost 39 pounds fast.
Subjects using the patented primary ingredients in Hydroxycut lost an average of up to 4.5 times the weight than with diet and exercise alone.
I'm Emily from Montana, and I lost 21 pounds fast, and so could you.
Get yours at hydroxycut.com, Supercenters, GNC, Walgreens, and fine retailers everywhere.
Hey, boss, do we have Aflac?
Nah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Nah.
Hey, I was just about to call you.
More bars in more places. That's what you can expect from the new AT&T, the largest digital voice and data network in America. So switch to the network you can trust. AT&T, your world delivered.
So, you've been going out, huh? Big parties, music, pretty ladies. Son, we need to talk about protection.
Dad, I'm 26.
Yeah, I know. But you're never too grown up for your old man to give you one of these.
Oh, man. Dad, thanks.
Every Coors Light can has a protective liner to lock in that refreshing frost brewed taste.
You can never be too careful.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing.
Back to the wild, wild west here in California. Make sure you stay tuned with us, because after the checkered flag, we'll have the Old Spice post-race show for you. All the way from Channel 795 to Channel 799, only on NASCAR Hotpass. We'll be covering all of the action and reviewing the day for Dale Jr. Right now, it's going great. Jr. has led a lap today at California, and he is currently running second to Kyle Busch. Tire issues on the left front for Mike Bliss in the 49 car. Looks like he blew a left front. Yellow is coming out here at California. Possible debris from Bliss's car, I would imagine.
And Ray, Curious if they made a driver change there, because John Andretti practiced and qualified that car. They're actually pitted right next to us, so I'll verify who the actual driver of that car is.
Alrighty, you're right. I called John Andretti in that earlier today, but they just fonted it as Mike Bliss. Now, here's the situation. Tony Jr. said we could go to lap 84. Obviously, we'll pit soon as pit road is open here on 73. Now, we last came to pit road at lap 40, and they were talking about going to 84. That was based on a number of caution laps there also. Figuring we can go about 42 laps at a maximum under green flag racing with this smaller fuel cell. It used to be when you came to a 2-mile racetrack, your goal was to get 50 laps exactly on a fuel mileage run. But that has changed with this smaller fuel cell.
And Ray, just to verify, went over, we did have it correctly. John Andretti is driving the 49 car for BAM Racing. Dale Jr.
I'm aggravated with every little fucking thing.
Dale Jr. hasn't been happy with the car currently, but it's better to be in second than 42nd, so things still not too bad. The car's been bouncing, it's been loose. Interesting to see if they make a chassis adjustment here. I think, Ray, and I'll ask you, I think they might work with the air pressure maybe a little bit on the right sides, maybe bring that right rear down to help him off the corner. What are you thinking on this one?
I mean, probably, but I'm not so sure you don't go for a small track bar adjustment, drop it down a little bit to try to tighten him up here. Look how Kyle Busch tries to get that little extra jump into pit road before you got to be at pit road speed. Junior hanging right with that 5 car this time. Now watch where the 5 peels off. He goes there, and the guys are ready to go, so they're coming to you, Tony, here on lap 72, another round of pit stops.
And looking up on the wall, I don't see anybody with a wrench in their hand, so it doesn't look like there'll be a chassis adjustment. Dale Jr.'s handed a wet rag to try to cool himself off. Right side tires going on right now. First can of Sunoco fuel going in. Jeff Clark now stabs it with the second can. Left side tires going on. Dale Jr. a little problem on the left front. Dale Jr. down and away.
And he is going to beat the 5, but it looks like the 1 car may have been the first off of pit road. So we come in running second and back out second with teammate Martin Truex Jr. taking over the lead.
And Ray, let's not forget Martin Truex Jr., one of those drivers that's trying to stay in the chase. Certainly not a solid contender at this point. Still has to have good showings in both of these races coming up. Back with more of Dale Earnhardt Jr. here on NASCAR Hot Pass. I'm in my Chevy ride slow.
Nice ride, homie. I'll trade you.
Chevy Impala SS, an American revolution.
Tommy.
Marco?
Looking good.
I thank you.
Love the jacket.
Do you?
Yes.
$90.
What?
Ooh, nice shoes.
$50.
I'm proud of you.
Love the hair.
Oh yeah, my cousin does it. $20.
Very nice.
Nice tie.
Thanks for thinking my tie's nice.
What'd you spend on that?
$12.
Double cheeseburger, $1.
McDonald's melty, beefy double cheeseburger.
I'll give you $2.
3.
What, are you made of money?
Just one of the extravagant choices on the dollar menu. Are you a dollar millionaire?
Well?
Yeah! Come on, everybody! Wow!
Great.
Overcome the big man go time.
With our help at Radio Shack, you don't just buy stuff, you do stuff.
Behind the wheel, he was a legend.
Earnhardt is going for the lead.
Behind the legend, he was one of us.
He cared about a lot of other things but racing.
CNT Films and NASCAR Images bring you an intimate look at racing's biggest star. Dale Jr. says, if it felt behind the scenes for me, imagine how it's going to feel for the fans.
Can you give me some money when you get home?
I doubt it.
Chevy and Goodwrench present Dale, an exclusive motion picture event. Check your local listings for air times, only on CMT. Some guys like to relax in a leather recliner. But to others, there's nothing better than cardboard on concrete. Valvoline, 100 years under the hood.
Why live with athlete's foot? The itching, the burning. Lotrimin Ultra treats most athlete's foot in just 1 week's use. And Lotrimin Ultra is so ultra powerful, nothing cures faster. Lotrimin Ultra, the 1 week killer cure.
I'm going to San Bernardino, ring-a-ding-ding.
Still under caution here at the California Speedway. Martin Truex came off of pit road first. That puts Dale Jr. back into second place with Kyle Busch running third. And Jimmy Johnson has moved up into the fourth position. We'll be going back green flag racing here shortly. Back to the email bag. Jolene from Phoenix writes in and she says, hey guys, is Tony Jr. going to follow his cousin over to Hendrick Motorsports? Well, we don't have an official answer for you on that, Jolene, but I'm going to tell you the answer is yes. He will go with Dale Jr. to the Hendrick Motorsports operation. None of that is official, and Tony Jr. said he didn't want to make any kind of comments about what happens in the future of this team until it's determined whether or not they get to make the chase. And right now they're doing just about everything they can to put themselves in that position. Running second today here at California. Got a strong race car. And we'll just see. It's these next 2 weeks. A lot of it is out of their hands. It all depends on what happens to other guys. You know, the thing is, the second half of the season really is now underway with 11 races remaining, including the dramatic chase to be determining who the NASCAR Nextel Cup champion is going to be. And with NASCAR Hotpass, there's absolutely no better way to follow it all. Please don't miss any moment of the chase, and we will have drivers for you that are in the chase. Sign up now, I should say. We want you to ride shotgun with us here on NASCAR Hotpass, and it is going to be an incredible battle as we get done today here at California. Head off to Richmond and determine who those 12 drivers are going to be that have a shot at the 2007 championship. 1 to go this time, so they waved it off from that last lap. Tony, any thoughts? Seeing anything going on down there pit road wise? What's happening down trackside?
No, it's been pretty quiet. The big thing, Ray, is I keep checking in with the member of these Budweiser team. I've talked to Jeff Clark. I've talked to Eric, a bunch of the guys down here, Ray Ocean, about the heat and if they're staying cool. And they said, yeah, the fire suits are warm, but it's really not as bad as they thought it would be. They tried to get out into the heat a little bit, get acclimated to it when they were pushing the car through inspection, as well as setting up the pit box. So the guys are drinking a lot of water. They're staying hydrated. The sun seems like it's maybe about 20 minutes from dipping down below and putting this entire pit stall in shade. So far so good. The drivers seem to be handling the cool, and the crew guys are staying cool just as well.
I'm sure.
Looks like we're starting to see a little bit of that glare we talked about.
Yeah, and we will get part of this racetrack in the shade, as you see right now. As that sun starts to dip down, turns 3 and 4 are beginning to actually have a little bit of shade down there, and that will make a big difference. Now, turn 1 and 2 are going to be in the sun until it completely sets, because this racetrack is oriented with turns 1 and 2 directly to the east, and 3 and 4 are to the west facing Los Angeles. And we're going to get ready to go back to green flag racing. We see a couple of cars down on the inside, including Elliott Sadler there in the 19. The 15, our teammate of Paul Menard, also a car that is 1 lap down. Junior clears them. 70 car of Johnny Sauter way up the racetrack. And here he goes by the number 1. Dale Jr. is in the lead at California. Fans going crazy here. The sea of red erupts to see Junior come by, back in the lead. 13th in the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series points. You know, this California Speedway, Tony, it's been kind of a love-hate relationship here. We saw the graphic that he's led 5 races here, but boy, they've had some really poor finishes at this track too. A couple of times from, like, say 32nd on back, I would say we got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 finishes here of 32nd or worse on the California Speedway. But today it looks like Junior's car is really coming to him. Kyle Busch goes back around to resume the lead, but Junior been able to hang right there in the top 5 all day long.
Yeah, Ray, and what's interesting about that is Junior's only led with that lap right there 11 laps, well, 12 with the one we got on pit road, 12 laps in his career here at California Speedway. Now, he has had some good races. Don't forget this race last year he finished second, but unfortunately they put themselves in this chase position because of DNFs. He had the motor problem back in February in this race that hurt him. Like I said, last year he was second, so it's feast or famine in California for Dale Jr. Right now we're feasting.
You know, Tony, to me, when I look back at the DNFs from this season, I know every one of them hurt you, and in a Nextel Cup racing, the competition is so strong that you really can't afford 4 of them. But to me, the one that was really heartbreaking was Watkins Glen. That was a race where Dale Jr. was just destined to have a shot at winning that race. He had a great car, very strong in competition, and when he was running 3rd, I think, whenever the engine let go of that thing, and to come out of Watkins Glen with a 42nd place finish, and then that really dropped him backwards in the points. After Watkins Glen, he was 100 points out of 12th place, and boy, it hasn't been much better since then.
No, it's really been tough on those guys, and Dale Jr. doesn't get the credit that he probably should for being a very good road course racer. We've seen him win in the Busch Series on the road courses at Watkins Glen as he makes it 3 wide down to the inside of Jeff Burton with Kyle Busch on the high side, and the Budweiser Chevrolet back into the lead.
And listen to the fans, Tony. They're going crazy when Junior dove to the inside.
They're on their feet. They're waving their shirts. They're waving their hats. It's amazing over the roar of these race cars that you can hear these fans. At least about 80,000 people on their feet. A sea of red as Dale Jr. back into the lead.
Yeah, they were going crazy. I could hear him from inside the booth here, and that was a daring move down to the inside of that 31. And it just shows you that this racetrack is so wide and so many options. Kyle Busch has his car wound up way up on the high side. Jeff Burton trying to do the low line, and Dale Jr. able to just power by him and go back to the lead. That's cool.
Ray, just to go back on those DNFs a little bit, talking to Tony Eury Jr., he said, you know, the fact that everybody's curious whether we're going to get into the chase or not is really a lucky thing for us. Anytime you have this many problems and DNFs, to just still even have a mathematical shot at the chase for this team is really remarkable. He feels like with the problems they've had, they probably should be about 20th in points. The fact that they're 13th just shows how this team never gives up.
Well, the problem is, if we were able to do points as of right now, Dale Jr. has led, Kurt Busch has led, and Busch only a couple of positions behind us right now. He's running back in 5th, so you're going to gain about 25 points on him right now. And in order to have a shot at getting in the chase, Dale Jr. really has to gain about 80 points on Kurt Busch tonight to have any shot of making it in. And here goes his brother Kyle down to the inside. So the Busch has given us all kinds of trouble. Kyle back down to the inside, and that 5 car goes back to the lead here at California.
And Ray, let's not forget that will be the car that Dale Jr. will be driving next year in Hendrick Motorsports.
Well, that team will be where he's headed. Now, what the number's going to be on there, who knows? And of course, Dale Jr. telling us earlier today that he's about 2 weeks away from probably being able to announce what the sponsorship package and the number deal and who all is going to be on his team over at Hendrick next year. But boy, we sure get a lot of emails from the fans wanting to know what the story is going to be there. And quite honestly, I'm not sure they know yet.
No, I really don't think they do, Ray, as we have trouble out on the racetrack. One car up against the wall. Looks like the Joe Nemechek machine. Hard to tell from here.
I think it was the 7 of
Robbie
Robbie
Gordon.
Gordon.
For Robbie Gordon, yeah,
Yep.
a California native. That's tough. He always comes to California hoping to have a good run in front of his hometown fans.
I tell you, I'm starting to get a little bit worried here, Tony, because that was another tire issue. And it looked to me like Robbie had a left front tire go, and that got him spun around into the wall. We'll try to get a replay on that and figure it out, but it made a lot of smoke on the racetrack, as you can see.
It's really pancaked the left side of that car, going straight back to the garage area.
Look at that glare. Look at the glare behind Dale Jr.'s car. That is amazing. Here goes Robbie. He may have had a little help from Boyer, and Boyer may have gotten some damage in that.
Yeah, that's just an odd place on the racetrack to spin out unless that started back off turn 4. I can't really tell, but here's maybe a better angle here.
Yeah, a lot of smoke there. Kind of hard to see exactly what happened. Robbie with a lot of damage, though, on the 7. No question about that. There's the damage on the DirecTV number 07 for Clint Boyer. Boyer over on channel 796 has coverage today with Larry McReynolds and Mike Wallace covering the action, so maybe they'll be able to tell us a little more about what happened over there with Clint Boyer. But
Ray, there were a lot of people in the garage area yesterday during happy hour that really liked the way the DirecTV Chevrolet was running, said this could be the opportunity Clint Boyer's been looking to break in and get his first win. The 07 was a car a lot of people talked about. Also the 99. There was a lot of talk in the garage area, almost a consensus, that Carl Edwards might even lap the field. He was that good. We haven't seen Carl battle up with us at least all afternoon.
No, he's back in 9th position right now in the running order, and haven't seen him to the front of the field at all. And here we go, same story. Dale Jr. stays on the racetrack. Everybody else heads to pit road. So once again, we're going to be off cycle on our pit cycle. So that didn't make sense, did it? Off sequence on our pit cycle. How's that? Is that better?
That sounds a lot better. And boy, I don't know on this one, Ray. Opportunity to get tires there, especially with the contact with the wall. It looked like Ryan Newman stayed out with it as well. But these lead cars that were behind us are going to line up only 3 or 4 spots back, so we'll definitely know what we have compared to fresh tires on this restart.
But let me tell you, Tony, what I'm thinking that Tony Jr.'s philosophy is here is that he's got to lead the most laps in today's race and get those 10 bonus points, or the 5 extra. And that could be a big determining factor here. And staying out front is the way you get those extra laps led. And we pitted last time at lap 72, so really only about 15 green flag laps, maybe 12 green flag laps on those tires. So I don't know, this may be a good call. Let's get some more laps led here at California. 88 are complete. You're watching channel 799. It's Earnhardt Nation.
Wow, I can't believe we're really going to meet Casey King.
There he is. I wonder what he's like.
I must be dreaming. I'm always dreaming of you.
Now would be a good time to have accident forgiveness. Part of Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance.
I'm super sorry about your car.
Are you in good hands?
I'm comfortable going fast. I'm comfortable slowing down. I'm comfortable in Wrangler.
Introducing Relaxed Straight Leg and Relaxed Boot Fit from Wrangler Jeans Company. New fits, new styles, great comfort. Wrangler Jeans Company, a new generation of Wrangler.
When it comes to choosing a motor oil, there are hundreds of choices. When it comes to choosing a filter, there's only one. Go to Fram.com and see for yourself why Fram is the #1 oil filter. It's not just another oil change, it's a Fram oil change.
Can I take my break now?
My house! Party's over, bud. Hit it. What's going on?
Me and my bro Spicy Chicken Crisp are just, entertaining.
That friend of yours is a menace.
Why, because he's a buck on the value menu like me?
Where is that punk?
Upstairs.
With Daddy's little girl? Ugh. Spicy!
She was hitting on me.
New, the Spicy Chicken Crisp for $1. Heating up the BK value menu.
The NASCAR.com Superstore is your home for the largest selection of officially licensed NASCAR gear. Shop now and earn valuable NASCAR race points only at the NASCAR.com Superstore.
Welcome back to California. It is one of the hottest days of the year. We are 90 laps complete of 250. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is your leader, and that is good news. We're going to try to lead the most laps today and pick up some bonus points on Kurt Busch. Now, you know, we've talked about this heat, and this racetrack is going to change here shortly as the sun begins to go down. But you'll notice Tony Jr. and the guys up on top of the pit box, they've got themselves a little shade up there. They've got a little canopy. We know that they've had the canopy down on trackside, but it's the guys on top of the roof that I'm really worried about right now. Not only our cameramen, but the spotters. And Steve Meal is the spotter for Dale Earnhardt Jr. And check it out. They're way up high in the air. They've got absolutely no coverage, and those guys have been in this glaring sun, and this sun will absolutely punish you. We've had a couple cameramen already go down today, and the spotters are really going to earn their money today. Up on top of that roof, they'll be the very last ones to ever see any kind of shade, even though the racetrack has begun to cool off a little bit. But boy, what a yeoman's effort it'll be for Steve Meal and all those spotters today on the roof.
Ray, just to update your weather, I went over and checked for the ambient air temperature as well as the track temperature. We're currently looking at a track temperature of about 112 degrees, air temperature 103.
It's about 67 in here in the booth, just so you know, Tony.
All right, that's just completely wrong.
Yes, it is. And here comes Ryan Newman. Newman taking a look to the inside on Junior. Special paint scheme for a lot of these drivers. You may be wondering who's driving what here. Newman with the Kodak colors, R&L Carriers on the 17. So special paint schemes for a number of different teams this weekend here in California.
Ray, just an update on that 12 car. When it actually showed up here on Friday for practice and qualifying, it was an entirely white car with Kodak in red and the 12 number in red. Then they came in Saturday, had a press conference, and totally recovered that car in the new graphics. Obviously, the team using a wrap that many of the teams do where they can apply the graphics right over the paint scheme. But that one made a big change in just 24 hours.
That is one of the coolest things that's happened in this sport in a long time, is the fact that they can put a wrap on a car, they can run it one day, they can pull that wrap right back off and have a different paint scheme on it in about 30 minutes. So Junior has been out 14 or 15 laps in the lead, but Kyle Busch has been there Kurt Busch has led some laps, and here goes Kyle looking on the inside once again.
Well, Kyle went all the way below the yellow white line there. That was using the apron to get as much grip as he can, and it seemed to help him off the corner.
And then he swings way wide, Tony, right up against the wall. And now back down, he diamonds down into the center. Dale Jr. way up on the high side. And uh-oh, this is bad. There goes Kurt Busch. Kurt Busch going by us right now.
And let's not forget, Busch has 4 fresh tires. Dale Jr. and Ryan Newman stayed out. Most everybody else came down, so a little bit of new tires versus old tires going on right now.
Yeah, and that'll be interesting to see how long Dale Jr. can hang on to that race car. Again, we last pitted on lap 72.
Oh, Newman goes around.
Yes, he does. Newman spinning down the tri-oval. Yellow is out once again here at California. I got to get the stats book out and look up and see what the record is for the number of cautions at this track, because we very well may set it today, because you just don't normally see this many cautions at Michigan or California. Here's a replay in your upper right off of the ESPN network. It looked like the 31 got up there. Newman just got a little bit loose, maybe backed out of the throttle a tiny little bit, and the 31 went into the rear of him, sending him around, but no major damage. Fewest caution flags here, 4, and the most, 11. Boy, our graphics are right on top of it. Appreciate that down there, and we've had 7 of them already, so maybe in position to set a new record here at California. It's one that we definitely don't want to set. 7 cautions already today, and we're not even anywhere near halfway point. Dale Earnhardt Jr. runs 3rd at the California Speedway, and we'll be back with more after this.
Marquez is back. Super featherweight champion Juan Manuel Marquez faces top contender Rocky Juarez.
Big right hand for Marquez. Barrera stunned and in trouble. Now, giant left hook by Juarez.
Kasim Uma versus Sergio Mora. Plus, world featherweight champion Robert Guerrero versus dangerous Martin Nazario. And Francisco Bajado versus Steve Ford. Fireworks. Marquez Juarez. Saturday, September 15th. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view. Don't miss it. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view channel 123.
The DirecTV Concert Series presents 2 of pop music's hottest live acts. Gwen Stefani hollers back live from Anaheim, California. And the Black Eyed Peas pump it up down under. Gwen Stefani and the Black Eyed Peas get it started. All this month on the 101, only on DirecTV.
Hey, Mom. Where's Dad?
In the backyard.
Just massage the laces and direct the traffic. Boys.
Dad?
Come on. With up to 14 games every Sunday on DirecTV's NFL Sunday Ticket, I can watch every game and every player. Maddie here is like family now. Always wanted a lefty.
You gotta be kidding me.
Look, Maddie loves you.
Hey, Maddie?
Bring your favorite players home no matter where you live with NFL Sunday Ticket, only on DirecTV.
You're watching NASCAR Hotpass exclusively on DirecTV. And brought to you by Dodge. Grab life by the horns.
Best new team for you. Like Dave here, your new spotter.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Richmond. Lap 57. You're gonna need to go low and stay there. It's the only place you'll fit, trust me. And don't worry about the coffee, I'll get another cup.
This guy's good. Spooky good.
Having a half-ton with the most legroom and a fancy rear seat is great, but truckers want to know if it's still got some truck left in it. We'll put it this way, if it'll drop bar pull 6,400 pounds of dead weight, towing 10,100 pounds is a walk in the park. Hello, Dolly. Available on the Tundra Crew Max, the truck that's changing it all.
One lap to go has been given to the field here, and we'll go back to green flag racing. Kyle Busch is the leader with his brother Kurt Busch just ahead of us, and Dale Jr. running 3rd. And as Tony said before the break, on a very differing pit cycle here, as we pitted on 72, we'll go back to green flag racing on lap 98.
And Ray, it was really interesting during the commercial break. Tony Uri Jr. came across the radio.
On the bottom, Jim.
Let Dale Jr. know if they get another caution, they'll come down and pit. And Jr. responded, "You just like making it difficult on me." To having a little fun over the radio.
They do that a lot, and I'll tell you, it is absolutely a joy to get to cover this team when we're here on NASCAR Hotpass. They give us great access. They're a lot of fun. These guys enjoy their job, and when they come here, you always know you're going to get a smile out of Tony Jr. We sat with him today watching a little NHRA hot rod racing from Indianapolis, and he's a big fan of NHRA racing, as well as Steve Meal, the spotter for this team. And these guys very knowledgeable about all different forms of racing, but they just have a good time when they come to the racetrack, and that makes it a lot of fun for us to be part of it. Green flag will be coming back out here once again. Kyle Busch will lead him back down. His brother Kurt's ahead. One lap car down on the inside, that's Elliott Sadler. They should be able to dispose of him very quickly.
Still inside, Dale Jr. Clear low.
Jimmy Johnson in the 48 Lowe's Chevrolet now coming up into fourth position. That's really the first we've seen him anywhere near the front of the race today. And again, that is fresher tires coming. Jeff Burton to the high side of the 48. Tony, it looks like it's getting a little hazy from all the shots I've got right here on my screen. Is that because the sun's starting to go down, or is that an optical illusion for me?
Yeah, I think it's because the sun's going down. In fact, the Budweiser team has pulled their Easy Up tent down. They put it away. The sun has actually moved behind the front stretch suites that are here at California Speedway. See Jeff Burton working to the inside of Dale Earnhardt Jr. So yeah, the sun's starting to set a little bit, and I think that's causing, it is a little bit hazy, but I think it's just the glare from the sun, to be honest, Ray.
Gotcha. Appreciate it. And Junior back to the high side of the racetrack here. Jeff Burton did a slingshot move and went by him in a hurry, but now Dale Jr. going to try it down to the bottom again, and looks like he's got him.
Yeah, take that. Slingshot right back.
Yep. They're high. He may have learned that from watching the old man at Bristol from time to time. He
outside.
Whoa, a little loose coming off of that corner. Junior pinched down on the bottom side of that 31.
There's a hole behind him if you'd like.
No, he says, I don't like behind him, I like in front of him.
Ray, I got to think right now Junior's having a whole lot of fun. He likes to race people, so he's got to be having a blast out there.
He went way down below the white line that time, though, and it looked like it upset the car a little bit, Tony. I don't think he was able to hold it where he wanted to, and when he got down on that apron, he had to back out of the throttle just a little bit, and here comes the 48 taking a peek.
Inside, June, inside. Take hold behind the 48.
Or run your bumper right up there. That'll work.
That'll always work. And don't forget, the 48, another one of those cars with 4 fresh tires from the last pit stop. I like Dale Jr. up high, though. The car seems to really run well. Just behind him, Brian Vickers had such a good run back in February, having another real good run in the Red Bull Toyota.
And Tony, they've got chassis 42 with them this weekend. Tell us a little bit about that race car.
Well, it's the car they last raced at Indianapolis, and they built it to be a clone of their favorite chassis that they like to run on these big tracks, chassis 39. They just really felt like this car would give them the best chance to get a win today and dominate the race, so that's the one they've gone with, chassis 42.
Clear.
I know they've done a lot of work on aero over at DEI here just recently, too, and Tony told me that, the last couple of cars that they had ready when they went to Indianapolis, he said that was a kind of his pet project whenever he was not allowed to come to the racetrack for a few weeks. So he worked on this particular race car to get it ready for Indy, and then he worked really hard on the Watkins Glen race car, and of course a disappointing finish when the engine let go there. We finished 42nd at Watkins Glen, and boy, that was really a big blow to the chase for the championship here to try to get Junior into the chase as we head to Richmond next weekend. There's still certainly a mathematical possibility of it happening, but we got to finish a lot further ahead of Kurt Busch than we're running right now at the end of the day today here at California. Laps led 14, so that'll be difficult to get those bonus points with Kyle already posting 56 laps led. That 5 car has been strong today.
Yeah, Ray, and let's not forget about that 100-point penalty that the Budweiser Chevrolet team got back at Talladega for the unapproved spoiler. One of the penalties that I think NASCAR, if they'd have used their common sense, would have realized they really didn't have an advantage doing that, and it was a mistake based on the templates they had. So, something that still rears its head.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to look at that. But on the flip side of that, Tony, is also the fact that Kurt Busch got a big penalty this year, too, from his incident with Tony Stewart at Dover. So in a way, I guess you could kind of say that kind of leveled the playing field between the Battle of the Beers here, between the 2 and the 8 car. But absolutely, that penalty was a big part of why we're sitting at a 158-point deficit coming into the race today.
And actually, Ray, now that I think about it, I think that was a Martinsville penalty that finally got served at Talladega.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, we'll take a quick break here. We've got lots more racing coming your way. You're watching Channel 799 on NASCAR Hotpass.
You know what else would be good?
Cobalt tools are so comfortable.
Let me use that screwdriver. No.
You just don't want to quit working.
Yeah. What do you think? Great tools.
Cobalt, the next generation of tough tools.
Well, anything else we can do? There's always my wife's car.
Available exclusively at Lowe's.
Pressure, enemy of engines. Pressure, Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic, with adaptive molecules that continually join forces to help conquer pressure. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
Tony Stewart here with my buddy Jared. Subway restaurants are known for tasty, low-fat subs, like this 6-inch sweet onion chicken teriyaki. At 5 grams of fat, it's a third the fat of a McDonald's snack wrap.
And look at it. It's a lot more food. Fills me up without slowing me down.
So, Tony, would you say that makes Subway restaurants your favorite pit stop? The tasty 6-inch sweet onion chicken teriyaki from Subway restaurants. Make it part of a new Subway Fresh Fit meal with new, better-for-you sides and drinks.
Subway, race hard, eat fresh.
Oh, what a wonderful morning. It's time to rise and shine. All I need is a steaming cup of coffee. Today is gonna be.
Life comes at you fast. But with Nationwide Blue Ribbon Claim Services, you don't have to worry. We can guarantee all your repairs and writing for as long as you own the car.
Nationwide is on your side.
You ever notice how similar your car is to a dish DVR? I can just zip past all the other cars.
And I can pass a guy.
Yeah, and then fall back and pass him again.
Get all your racing action the way you want it with Dish DVR Advantage. The Dish Network DVR lets you speed past the caution flag and get back to the action. Plus, get over 100 all-digital channels, including local channels, for just $39.99 a month. And HBO and Cinemax free for 3 months.
Think I could pause the race and come back and win it later? Superstars.
Dish DVR Advantage. It's about time.
No driver ever won a race without help.
No owner ever won a championship without a great team.
Now the NASCAR Foundation needs help from its greatest team member, you.
On September 11th, we're inviting all race fans to the track to support the NASCAR Foundation's annual Blood and Marrow Drive.
Donate blood and sign up for the National Marrow Donor Program Registry.
Help us earn the greatest victory of all.
Saving a life.
For more information, visit NASCAR.com/foundation.
We've had some 3-wide racing here at California, and it just keeps fanning out. Martin Truex has been down to the big bottom of the racetrack. Dale Jr. way up high, and Kurt Busch has had his nose in there 2 or 3 times. Look how that run gets different. Truex was able to slam it down to the inside, coming off of the corner, just shoots by Dale Jr., but Jr. keeps it wound up, staying up there on the high side. And here we go again. Same story, different corner. Truex to the bottom, but watch this. Dale Jr.'s momentum is going to stay up, and he'll come by Truex down that long straightaway and right back in front of the 1 car.
Inside.
And Ray, this is the kind of racing that we always hoped California Speedway would produce. Too many times we get a lot of single file racing, but tonight we've seen some good 2 wide, even 3 wide battles here in California.
And Tony, going down the back straightaway, I believe the glare is not going to be a factor in about another 5 minutes. The sun is dipped way down, so this end of the speedway completely in shade down in 3 and 4. At least the racetrack is. Now you can see in the grandstands up there to the right, part of it's got shade, and then as we go down towards turn 1.
Caution's out, Jim. Caution's out. Had a wreck off the 2 racetrack. Will be clear when you get there. 18 car.
All right, now we'll get some pit stop action.
Yaley's 10-4, tight to center, up off both ends. 10-4.
We last pitted on 72. We stayed out at lap 88, so now we know that Tony Jr. will bring Dale Jr. down here and make some adjustments.
And Ray, I think that's going to work pretty good for us because that'll put about 20 plus 30 laps, now about 20 laps or so on those cars that pitted there. So we shouldn't lose too much track position here.
Yeah, it'll be 24 laps right now from the last time they pitted. I would imagine, well, we'll see whether they all come with
I think
them.
everybody will come unless somebody back there, maybe 7th or 8th, wants to get some track position.
They're closed.
I think everybody will come here.
I would agree with you. We shall see. Now, the pit road was closed that time by, so they'll have to make another circuit around this speedway before the pit road opens up, and they'll head down there. Now, we got an email in a little bit earlier.
You're outside, 2 cars back, Jim.
Let me see here if I can find my notes on this. This would be Mary from Roanoke, I guess it is. And Mary wrote in with an email question of who all is in the pit area down there. We got to meet the guys that go over the wall, but who else is in the pit area that doesn't have a fire suit on to go over the wall?
Still got a 0.5% extra pipe in there, remember? So you can always take that out.
And that's a great question as we listen to pit support. There's a few guys down here. Let's talk about the pit box first. The guy in the black shirt you see.
Yesterday, the air pressure, I'm a little nervous. Right rear gets too high when you put air in it, but it's up to you, bro. Right now, I'm going to do a half pound out of that left rear and leave that right rear since you got the grip. So we'll just try this run here.
And we definitely want to listen into all the team communications. Looks
cooler.
like
We might go up on both rights together, just kind of catch up with the air tent, letting it go down. But right now, we'll just do the left rear. That way you keep gripping right rear.
talking about air pressure adjustments. The gentleman in the black shirt sitting closest to the camera up on the pit box, that's H.A. Mervin. He's the engineer.
Pit road is open.
See him right there. There's Tony Jr. right next, Tony Uri Jr. right next to him. Max Siegel, who's the Director of Global Operations for DEI, sitting up there as well. He's in the white shirt with the black cap.
That way you give yourself some room to get around this 83. About 3 cars back behind you.
And then there's also a few other guys. Danny Earnhardt helps catch some of the tires. Ray Ocean, he's the tire specialist. And then Jake Gers, who's in the back, he's the PR representative.
48 will be off in about 5 big cars. He's right behind him, Tony Jr.
So it takes a whole group to make this pit stop happen, as we see Dale Earnhardt Jr., the Budweiser Chevrolet, coming in. Right side tires going in against no chassis adjustment. They're going to go just with air pressure.
Said a half pound out of the right rear, I think I heard him say, Tony.
And Dale Jr. down in Ray, 14.4. He had to get around.
Clear behind that 48. Go to the wall. Go to the wall.
It looks like he at least beat Jeff Burton off pit road there, Ray.
Good deal, good deal. We'll see exactly where he came out of there. And Sorry to set you up on telling all that story while we were trying to listen in. A lot going on there, but it's nice to know that Tony Jr. is able to make these adjustments at a time when the racetrack is starting to change also. So this will be a big indication of what he's got for Dale Jr. now as we start to get into the racetrack that we're going to be able to use as we go towards the end of the night tonight here in California Speedway. Back after this.
Trying to make sense of all your insurance options can make anyone feel a bit helpless. Fortunately, that's where we come in. For over 125 years, the principal has helped make the tough financial decisions easier. So whether it's life insurance, disability income insurance, or medical coverage, we can make protecting you and yours a lot less stressful. The Principal Financial Group will give you an edge.
Letting up, folks, so you might want to get home with those air conditioners.
At the end of a long, hot day, grab the beer that starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Communicate in less than a second with Nextel walkie-talkie.
Nice work.
The largest and fastest push-to-talk network on the planet. That's getting it done at sprint speed.
Truck guys will tell you, taking off from a dead stop with 10,000 pounds ain't no picnic. So this half-ton's got massive torque, 6-speed tranny with tow haul mode, and 4 oversized disc brakes. Because stopping 10,000 pounds ain't no picnic either. Available on the full-size Tundra, the truck that's changing it all.
Bam.
Woo. Oh, what a shot, and boy, will everybody in California Speedway be happy to watch that sunset absolutely go down behind the horizon, and maybe, just maybe, we can get a little relief from the heat here. 107 the air temperature as we got ready to go racing today, beginning this race in the heat of the afternoon, and it is going to get a little bit better for you down there, Tony. I don't know what we're facing for air temperature right now, but hopefully as that sun sets down, we can get down at least into the 90s, and just taking the glare off of that direct sunshine has got to help you out a little bit down there on pit road.
Yeah, Ray, it definitely feels a whole lot better. Pitted just 2 stalls down from us is Denny Hamlin's FedEx team, and they actually have an onboard computer built into their pit box that monitors all that. It's a little weather station. Just took a look at that. Current track temperature 110 degrees. Now, according to their ambient air gauge, 101 currently still. It's 714 local, 715 local, still over 100 degrees according to their pit box.
Well, we hope that drops down for you here a little bit shortly. After that sun goes away, it's got to at least get you down into the 90s, and maybe that won't be quite as terribly miserable. Dale Earnhardt Jr. currently shown in 13th in the points, and we got to make up some ground, no doubt about it. And Martin Truex Jr., our teammate, just right there in the 12th position. And that's a point as they're running on the racetrack right now. Truex will restart in 16th position. Our nemesis, Kurt Busch, will go off 6th. And Dale Jr. back to green in 3rd position, right on the bumper of Jimmy Johnson.
Clear by 3 to the 31.
We mentioned at the top of the show that Dale Earnhardt Jr. had a dark visor shield cover on, and he has removed that, so now he has clear shield on his helmet. He has taken that tear off away, so apparently the glare down the back straightaway is certainly manageable at this point. We're looking at 7:16 Western time, West Coast time here. Coming up on halfway point of this race, it's a 250 lapper, 500 miles in the Sharp Aquos 500. Today's race is number 25 of the 2007 season for the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series. And of course, we've got one race to go after this at Richmond, Virginia. One of my favorite races of the year, night racing at Richmond. And we'll have coverage for you of Dale Jr. again next week on NASCAR Hotpass for sure. Here's a look at those drivers that we'll have for you next week at Richmond. How about Carl Edwards getting that big win at Bristol in our most recent event? Kevin Harvick, a guy who's got to hang on to stay in the chase. He's right there where he could be borderline. Jeff Gordon also will be covered at Richmond in the Chevy Rock and Roll 400. And Denny Hamlin is always good at Richmond. And hopefully we'll be able to get some points for Dale Jr. and get him a shot at getting into the chase.
Ray, who are you covering next week out of that group?
Oh, I knew you would ask me that. I think I'm on Denny Hamlin.
And I'm on Carl Edwards. Should be a great race. See, Jimmy Johnson's now made his way to the front of the pack. So Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolets currently 1-2. Dale Earnhardt Incorporated Chevrolet currently in third. So far the bow ties having a pretty good night. And Ray, looks like the entire track now is shaded as the sun's gone down, so this should be the first change to the racetrack here this evening.
Yeah, that'll make a big difference, no doubt about it, Tony, and we'll see just what it does to these race cars. We had heard Dale Jr. saying that he was tight in the center and tight off of both ends of this speedway, and Tony Eury Jr., crew chief for Dale Jr., said, we'll make a little air pressure adjustment for you, try to make it better. But I think that's an interesting time of the night where you don't want to make too big of changes because the racetrack is definitely going to change in the next, say 30 minutes at the very least.
And what's really unique about California Speedway, when we run the race, say the Coca-Cola 600 at Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte, when the lights go down, that track, when it cools off, tends to tighten up. Now, there are some teams that think that California might do that here tonight, but the consensus is, based on the Truck Series running here, last year's race here, as well as the Busch race, that this track, for some reason, seems to loosen up as night falls on it. Maybe it's because of the heat. No one's really sure, but for some reason, this track tends to loosen up. In fact, Bobby Kennedy, who's the technical director for Michael Waltrip Racing, seems to have probably the best theory, and he says for some reason, anytime you cross the Mississippi River, tracks go loose when it gets dark. I don't know if I buy all that, but Bobby seems convinced of it.
I don't know either, but I think that it was certainly the case here in the Craftsman Truck Series race. Everybody got looser, and it certainly surprised me. I didn't think that. Now, Junior nailed right down to the bottom of the racetrack. We're just coming up to halfway. 2 laps from now, we'll be at the halfway point. But I do want to remind you that we'll have the Old Spice post-race show for you coming up after the checkered flies here. And we'll give you lots of great information about what happened to Dale Jr. and this entire Budweiser team throughout the course of the day here at the California Speedway. From channel 795 all the way to 799, we got you covered here on NASCAR Hotpass. It's the Old Spice post-race show coming your way later on tonight.
Ray, that's a good look in the box up on the left. Tony Eury Jr. obviously closest to you, but that gentleman on the other side, that's Tony Gibson. Remember, he was the replacement crew chief when NASCAR suspended Eury Jr., did a very good job keeping this team in the chase. Tony Gibson, the car chief, been rumored for a lot of crew chief jobs now because he did such a good job with Dale Earnhardt Jr. during Eury Jr.'s suspension. And I'll add to that, a genuine great guy.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt about that. The Gibson brothers from down in Georgia, his brother Mark continues to be a big part of the ARCA REMAX series as a crew chief and part owner. Here goes Junior down to the bottom. He's racing Kyle Busch for that second spot. This is what Junior told us, Tony. He said, you're going to have to be on the bottom to win this race. But boy, it just looks to me like that high side and that momentum really, really seems to be good. Look at the concentration on Junior's face there at the bottom of your screen. He is really focused on the work he's doing there. Lots of wheel input. Got the clear shield on now. You can see he's always had the clear shield on, but he pulled the dark tearaway off it for the nighttime racing, and right on the bumper of the 5.
Halfway, June, halfway.
You know, Tony, earlier Junior said, what is this race, about 380 laps? I think he was just joking, knowing that it's 250.
Well, it typically feels like it. 500 miles is a long time at a track like California Speedway.
No doubt about it. Battle continues here as Kyle Busch is staying that high side for his number 5. Again, that's to be the team that Dale Jr. will be driving for next year at Hendrick Motorsports. Kyle Busch is going to Gibbs Racing next year, so lots of changes. We got more racing coming your way right here on Channel 799.
It's a big world, and it's my job to shrink it. I'm a model maker. We shrink buildings, we shrink landscapes. I make it really small. So when my doctor said that my going and going was because of an enlarging prostate, I said, how can we bring it down to size? He said, Avodart. He said, Avodart's different because over time, it actually shrinks the prostate and improves urinary symptoms over the long term. Other medicines don't treat the cause because they don't shrink the prostate.
Avodart is for men only. Women should not take or handle Avodart due to risk of a specific birth defect. Tell your doctor if you have liver disease. Rarely sexual side effects, swelling, or tenderness of the breasts can occur. Only your doctor can determine if your symptoms are from an enlarged prostate and not prostate cancer. So have regular prostate exams. Ask your doctor about Avodart today. It's your growing problem. It's our job to shrink it. Avodart.
No, Mama Marcus loves you. He's so happy you're moving in with us. Right, Marcus?
Oh, I'm overjoyed.
We're gonna fix up the front room, and we're things in the garage. I mean, Marcus doesn't need to watch TV.
I knew it.
Marcus.
I knew it all the time.
Lost your mind.
You never liked me.
No,
You locked me up.
No, I needed the services.
Need to keep your car moving? Go to NASCAR.com and click on the NASCAR Performance logo for car care know-how and a listing of NASCAR Performance Network shops near you.
All across America, they're getting ready. It's the Captain Morgan Ultimate Pose-Off. Enter, and you can win an ultimate high roller weekend in Vegas. Go to CaptainMorgan.com to enter.
Drink responsibly. Panasonic Tough Books, engineered to match the terrain, to protect your work no matter where you work. Durable, reliable, wireless. Tough Book. Work anywhere. Risk nothing. Visit Panasonic.com/toughbook to find out more. With Intel Centrino Dual Processor technology for unsurpassed wireless freedom. Panasonic. Ideas for life.
NASCAR Hotpass is only on DirecTV. We're glad you're joining us. Welcome back to Earnhardt Nation. I'm Ray Dunlap in the Hotpass headquarters. Tony Rizzuti has been sweating it away down on pit road, and we have been watching Dale Jr. race a lot with Kyle Busch. The leader of the race right now is Jimmy Johnson in the 48 car, and he has stretched out a pretty good lead on these other two, about 10 car lengths. Sun is setting here at the California Speedway, and We do see a little bit more of the single file action right now. We'll have to see if that will change. Whoa, somebody was way up there in the dust.
I hope that wasn't us.
Got in there a little deep.
I don't believe so.
A lot of shit up there.
Maybe it was.
Yeah, you can still see you throwing dust into one sometimes.
Steve Meal, the spotter, on top of this speedway, and those, as I said earlier,
You're still clear by 5 to the 31.
Really deserve a medal.
Ray, if that was us, that might have been one heck of a rooster tail. The number 8 car probably looked more like the Miss Budweiser on that one.
Yeah. Showing the shot up there on the upper right of David Rudimann's horrifying crash here earlier this year. Rudimann running right now in the 00 car in 8th position, so an excellent run for that Burger King Camry. Of course, Michael Waltrip out of this race in 42nd, and Dale Jarrett in the 44 did not qualify for today's event in California. Good run for Rudimann, and a good run for Dale Jr. right now. You know, I think we've been pretty much in the top 5 for this entire race throughout the course of these first 118 laps tonight, so that is good indication that we've got a strong enough car to go out there and gain some points. Now, Kurt Busch is back in 9th. We need him to drop a lot further back than that if we can spread out that gap for Dale Jr. between he and the 2 car.
And Ray, this will be, like we said, this will be a big judgment for this team to see how this car reacts to the sun going down, the track cooling off a little bit. It seems like the 5 car of Kyle Busch, the number 8 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. have been the strongest car over the long haul so far. Jimmy Johnson just now starting to creep into the picture. Seems like his Chevrolet really likes these cooler temperatures. And I use that word loosely because I'm still sweating down here, but hopefully Dale Jr.'s car will stay very balanced. They felt like they had a setup that may not be the world's greatest car, but they felt like it would stay consistent all night long. And really for Dale Earnhardt Jr., he needs to stay in the hunt, try to do the best he can.
Tony, I'm sitting here looking at the computer, and we've got a whole pile of emails coming in, so we appreciate it for all you viewers sending in your questions. We just got one in from Steve Barber, and he is from Gaithersburg, Maryland. And Steve says, why are you only talking about Kurt Busch and Dale Jr. and the points between the 2 of them? Well, coming into this race, Steve, Kurt Busch was the guy who was in 12th. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. was in 13th. Now, right now, here are the points as they stand, and Kevin Harvick is the guy that maybe we should be talking about because Harvick not having a very good run tonight. He's in 18th, and that puts him down to be the guy who is 12th. And many people wondering whether Harvick is able to hang on and keep that 29 Richard Childress Racing car into the chase, and right now he's got a 106-point cushion on Dale Jr. So you're right, we shouldn't just be focusing on Kurt Busch. We should be looking at Martin Truex Jr., and we should definitely be looking at Kevin Harvick. So if Jr. is able to have a good run tonight and stay in that top 5, and Harvick has a problem, he might be the guy we're trying to bump out of that 12th position to get into the chase.
So what you're saying is we have a new villain.
Well, absolutely. And the points are so dynamic, they can change in a heartbeat. You know that? I mean, anything can happen.
Stevie, get that top figured out.
Junior's having a good time.
Ray, I got to be honest with you. I'm a lot more comfortable racing Kevin Harvick for that final chase position than I am Kurt Busch because that 2 team has really caught fire over the last 4 or 5 weeks. And it seems like the 29 team starting to stumble a little bit.
Well, let's give a call out to Pat Tryson. Certainly been a big part of the resurgence of that 2 team. Since he came to work there at Penske Racing, they really have been pretty well dialed in, getting a couple of victories. And so, yeah, I agree with you. I'm all for that. I just want to race anybody that we can to get into the chase. I don't care if it's even our teammate Truex, or I would especially like it to be Harvick, I guess. If you're a fan of Dale Jr.'s, as we all are here, you would want to get him in there one way or the other. It doesn't matter. Harvick's struggling a little bit tonight, back in 18th. But that 106 points, you know, Tony, we talked about it being 158 coming in to the start of tonight's race. And like you said at the beginning of the show, if we can just cut that in half on somebody, whether it's Kurt Busch, Truex, or Harvick, it doesn't matter who it is. If we cut it in half, then that way we can roll into Richmond with at least a mathematical chance of getting in there. 112 laps are 112 to go. We've already gone past the halfway here in the Sharp Aquos 500.
And start your run to fantasy glory.
Sleeplessness. Dry mouth. Anxiety. All may be experienced as you take on the Built Ford Tough Race to the Dream. Last year, 9 made the cut. Now we need 9 more to compete in the dirt and on the track at Homestead Miami Speedway. Meet drivers. Drop the green flag. Be a winner. Think you're tough? Prove it at racetothedream.com.
No matter where you are, no matter how fast you go, what's inside, we'll show everything. Every car, every driver, every ding and dent will be different with this.
Different.
Look. It's amazing. It's the mirrors.
HDTV powered by DLP. See how millions of tiny mirrors make the picture amazing.
Get 3-year no-interest financing on all Mitsubishi and Samsung HD TVs powered by DLP.
We represent the Coke brand, and we would love to somehow bring some kind of legal action against Coke Zero.
There might be some taste infringement issues.
There's really no legal concepts of a company bringing a lawsuit against itself.
If this is the king of the jungle, they're acting like the toucan that's on the branch, real colorful and preening, and showing off, and hey, look at us. I want to take a stick and knock that toucan off the branch.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da. Give it to me, 1, 2, 3.
Introducing Applebee's new Ultimate Trios. Great taste, great big portions, and a great price. Choose 3 from 7 delicious options to create your ultimate flavor fest. Like our new 100% Angus beef mini bacon cheeseburgers. New crispy, plump, and spicy dynamite shrimp. And the new flame grilled steak quesadilla tower. Ultimate Trios, ultimate platter at an unbeatable price. Only at Applebee's.
Give it to me, 1, 2, 3.
Final boarding goal, flight 304.
New long-lasting Extra Superman.
Why live with athlete's foot? The itching, the burning. Lotrimin Ultra treats most athlete's foot in just 1 week's use. And Lotrimin Ultra is so ultra powerful, nothing cures faster. Lotrimin Ultra, the 1 week killer cure.
ESPN College Football Primetime. Florida State Clemson, Monday at 8 Eastern.
We got more bounce in California than all y'all combined. We got more bounce in California. We like to party all the time. We got more bounce in California.
143 or 144 laps complete. Let's take a look here at the Chase hopefuls and where they're currently running on the racetrack right now. You see that Dale Jr. running second, and that is good news for all the Earnhardt Nation. Harvick back in 17th. And Kurt Busch in 13th. So things kind of going our way here a little bit. Like to see both of those cars drop back a little further in the field to give us a little more cushion if we could. But Dale Jr. doing everything he needs to do. Running a great race here. We pitted last time. Let's see. Trying to find my notes there. What lap that was. Tony, you have that handy?
I have 112, Ray.
Right.
About lap 153, Tony Jr. We'll probably go to like 155 or 60. Thank you.
Steve Meal keeping an eye on things from high atop of the speedway here, and he's always, the spotters have a lot of information available to them up there as far as what lap we're on, and they're able to watch.
About 10 away from the pit stop, Jim.
to watch where these cars go on the racetrack and who's making up good time and who's not. They'll give you a lot of information. There's the spotters in the upper left. And oh, thank goodness it's starting to cool off maybe just a little bit for them up there with no direct sunshine. And check out the people in the grandstand here, folks. I didn't figure there'd be 50 people show up today in this incredible heat, but the NASCAR
He tried
fans,
to top for a little bit, but he couldn't do it.
NASCAR fans are strong in California, and we appreciate them all coming out here tonight. Here's your race update. With Kyle Busch leading so many laps, it's going to be very difficult for Dale Jr., even if he were able to pass him now, to get those 5 bonus points. Kyle Busch has been out front a lot. We got 14 of them. And a bunch of cautions today here at California in the early stages of this race. It seems, though, that now that the sun has gone down, that maybe that's going to settle down a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost been a tale of 2 different races. We had the 7 cautions early, and then we haven't had one since. Good green flag racing here. Dale Jr. seems to be reeling in Kyle Busch, closing in on him, starting to get a good run using that high side. You've heard Steve Beal ask about what lap we're going to pit on to Tony Jr., and each time he's asked, Tony Jr. has gone up by about 1 or 2 laps. I had a chance to talk to Jeff Clark. He handles the fueling for this car, says they are getting very good gas mileage, which is a good thing because here in California, these races can sometimes come down to fuel mileage. So everything looking good for the 8 car right now. It's handling good, seems to have good horsepower, and oh yeah, it's getting very good gas mileage.
And you know, Tony, you bring up the fact that they really haven't done a lot of adjustments on that race car. And we got an email in from Sean from McKinney, Texas, and he wanted to know, were they anticipating these changes to the track, and that's why they haven't made a lot of chassis adjustments. It's been small, incremental air pressure adjustments, and I think we can answer that with absolutely. Tony Jr. told us earlier today that he had a game plan to try to make this thing just right, and again, Dale Jr. told us he's going to be on the bottom on the last couple of laps to try to win this thing. So we'll see if it really plays out that way in about 100 laps.
And Ray, just to add to that, you know, this team had the luxury of unloading a car that seemed to be perfect right away. Remember, we talked about the engine department saying you could only put 70 laps on this car. Well, the good news for Dale Jr., they only had to put 38 on it because the car was so good. Dale Jr. loved the setup. He's like, I don't know what you guys can change. So when they did, they had a chance to make small runs and make the type of adjustments that they would make during the race. Let's move the track bar up a little bit. Let's work with wedge. Let's try air pressure. So they had the luxury, instead of having to search for a whole new setup, to just work on what they need to for the race. That kept the laps down on the motor and keeps them well adjusted for today's race.
You know, I don't think they haven't made a track bar adjustment, and I don't think there's even been a wedge adjustment on that race car today. So just small little half-pound air pressure adjustments. Greg Biffle.
Getting tight up here behind him. Ain't much I can do. 10-4.
Saying he's tight when he gets right up on Kyle Busch, obviously. Little aero difference there. We saw Greg Biffle on pit road. He had been right up front there with us just a short time ago. Now he's back in 36th, a lap down, and went to the pits, so he'll probably
4 laps
be
till
more.
we pit. 4 laps. 4 laps.
And Ray, let's mention the lack of major adjustments to this car a lot because they're running that coil binding setup that we hear so much about, in which you try to get the front end coils or springs to completely touch at the same time and hold that nose down. Anytime you do that, when you start making track bar or wedge adjustments to the car, you can throw off when those springs actually collapse and touch. So they like to try to use air pressure as much as possible. Sometimes that's not possible because your chassis just doesn't seem to work. But for Dale Earnhardt Jr., the chassis seems to be working good, and they've been able to get away with just air pressure adjustments.
And we'll see, Tony, when he comes to you here in about 3 laps, what they do this time. It looks to me like it's just going to be a standard old pit stop. As the guys start warming up down there, the tire changers and carriers are going to do a little stretching and getting ready. And we'll see Dale Jr. back down pit road here at California in about 2.5 laps.
I'd love to see these guys bust off a stop. Remember our first stop, 13.6 seconds. We had a little bit slower stop the second time on lap 72, 15.1. The last time we pitted 14.4. Boy, with this green flag racing, sure would like to bust off about a 12.5 or so, Ray.
Well, I know that Junior has certainly gotten tired of talking about the chase. It's just about every media person here over the last 3 or 4 weeks has come to him and said, you know, what about the chase? What about the chase? And here's what Junior had to say about that. Just doing what we've been doing all year long. We're going to go out and try to win the race. And that's really what he said to you, Tony, earlier today, is if they go out and win, then that's all they can do. You know, all the rest of the chips are going to fall where they may. They got 2 weeks right now to do everything they can do, and that would be lead the most laps and win the race. Well, I don't think we're going to be able to lead the most laps.
Yeah, next time by.
But we certainly may be able to win the race. We're been just about as good as Kyle Busch throughout the course of the night. And Junior will make one more revolution here and be headed down pit road. He's going down the backstretch. Nice to see shade around this entire track, and the lights are beginning to come on. And here comes the Budweiser Chevrolet. He slows her down.
Plenty of room behind you, Gene. The 5's up here, pitting in front of you, 4,700 when you get there.
Second gear, 4,700 revolutions, and he's coming your way, Tony.
Yeah, we'll watch for Kyle Busch to peel off right before the start-finish line. Remember,
again,
that's
the 5 will
Dale
take off
Jr.
here, start-finish. Should be at the head of the line, June. There he is, Tony Jr.
That's
all
how
right,
he got
boys,
his
give me a
5
good one
bonus
right here. 4
points.
tires.
Looks like it'll be a 4-tire change
Get
for
away
Kyle
right there,
Busch.
June Bug. Start looking
Here
left
comes
right
Dale
here.
Earnhardt
5, 4, 3, 2. Right there, baby. Right there.
Right on the marks, they'll change right side tires. We also saw a tear-off come off the front of the windshield to help Dale Jr. see a lot of sand and debris being blown up here as the wind sort of picked up. 14.3, Dale Earnhardt Jr. down and
go
away.
Hard to the wall. Go, go, go. To the wall,
chassis adjustments.
Good stop for the guys there, and he's back out to the racetrack. Now again, folks,
Side tires below the white line, all the way to turn 2.
We said that you don't normally get many cautions here at California Speedway, and it looks like that's going to be the case in the second half of this race, that we won't see a lot of cautions. Early on, the track was so slippery and so hot, and we had a few tire problems, but I think I agree with you, Tony. It's funny to say cooler temperatures, but it is 10 degrees cooler even though it's still miserable.
Yeah, and the wind was blowing a little bit right when the sun went down. The wind had picked up. It actually felt a lot better. But I've just noticed lately that it seems to have gotten warm again, like the air's kind of stagnant. Looking up at the flags up on the grandstand, they're not blowing the way they were before. Seems to be a lot of dust in the air as well, so it's almost like a haze or smog has kind of settled in here at the racetrack. Still feels really warm down here on pit road.
So we were able to go 42 laps in that segment. They weren't all under green, but pretty close to that. So if that were to hold true, and we could run 42 again if this race stays green, that would put us at lap 196, and then that doesn't get us to the end. So if we've got a green flag race continuing here, we're going to have at least 2 more pit stops before the end of the night tonight here in the Sharp Aquos 500.
Ray, I think we can go 45 for sure, and I'm not so sure that we can't go 46 if we don't have to push it any harder than we've been. You know, he's been out in clean air. He hadn't been fighting the car very much, so if they can keep the conditions the same, I think they might be able to go 46 laps.
But if we get 46, that would put us right at lap 200 for the next pit stop, and then you would have to have X number of cautions in there in order to be able to make it to the end, and you got to always consider there's a chance for a green-white checkered finish too. So I still think there's 2 pit stops coming our way before this night is over. A little 3 wide action there. Junior backed off a little bit and let Tony Raines get up there with Paul Menard on the high side there in the teammate car. 15 on the outside. Menard running 34th, 1 lap down right now here at California. So another round of pit stops underway, and Dale Jr. is currently second, right behind Kyle Busch.
Insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
Aflac. The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
The forecast, plenty of sunshine today with seasonal temperatures.
Dude, clean up.
Heading back to school? Then head into your neighborhood Radio Shack. Don't just buy stuff, do stuff. Do more on the go with the SanDisk 2 gig USB flash drive, now just $19.99 at Radio Shack.
There's a new policy in NASCAR. You break it, you fix it. So driving for the Home Depot, naturally, I like to help. Hey, Denny, fix that fence with 6-gauge galvanized chain link. 6-gauge what? 2 gallons of Cascade White for that wall, Bobby. Exterior enamel. I gotta paint this? Tony! Fill those tracks in with topsoil, man. Good work, guys. Who's planting the Bermuda grass this time? Woo!
Yesterday's history. Just a nice memory.
I never think about yesterday.
The only day that matters is today.
Start today with Gillette Fusion Power and the confidence you get from the world's closest, most comfortable shave. Turn it on. Soothing micropulses help you reduce friction. You'll barely feel the blades. Gillette Fusion Power. Be your best today. Gillette, the best a man can get.
Every lap, every race, every championship was won his way.
Oh, and Earnhardt spins him out.
Behind the wheel, he was a legend. Behind the legend,
This is where I work every day.
he was one of us.
I can win a race on Sunday and I can feed the cows on Monday.
Chevy and Goodwrench present Dale, an exclusive motion picture event. Check your local listings for airtimes. Only on CMT.
The NASCAR.com Superstore is your home for the largest selection of officially licensed NASCAR gear. Shop now and earn valuable NASCAR race points only at the NASCAR.com Superstore.
Make or break night for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Trying to get that Budweiser Chevrolet into the chase, and everybody in the Earnhardt Nation would love to see that happen. And so far tonight here at California, they're doing everything they can. Running second to Kyle Busch. Got a strong race car. He's been able to run it from the bottom to the top and pretty much wherever he wants. In the middle section of this race, or of the part of the race we've run so far, he was very, very loose, had a little bouncy condition. And then on the last round of pit stops, his truck was just a little bit tight. You see in the upper right, there's Kevin Harvick in that Pennzoil Chevrolet. Harvick running back in 17th. So a possibility that we can spread out the point lead there. And also Jeff Gordon running 5th on the racetrack.
Ray Dunlap, Randy Pemberton here with Jeff Gordon tonight. Hermie Sadler working pit road. How's your night going with Dale Earnhardt Jr.? Pretty good, I suppose.
Yeah, Randy, it has been excellent. Junior and the team just been having fun. He's laughing out there. And now that the sun went down, I think he's pretty happy with his race car. He's been able to keep it up on the high side of the track and really carry that momentum off. But he's also able to bury it right down on the white line. And that way, he knows that he's got the options at the end of this race later tonight. And Tony, we've seen a couple of pit stops. They've all been pretty good, and I think we're going to go under yellow here. Wonder why.
Caution flag is out. So what are you thinking, Ray? I guess you can get it down to your guy down there. What's Tony Rizzuti thinking about what'll happen here on pit road?
Well, right now, Randy, we've done nothing but air pressure adjustments on this Budweiser Chevrolet all day, and I'll toss this to Hermie Sadler. We're running that coil bind setup, and Hermie, when your chassis is running good, to go to that track bar or even to wedge can sometimes throw off how those springs touch when you're in coil bind setup.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Tony Rizzuti. And as far as the 24 car is concerned, we've been on both sides of the fence too loose and too tight. So I'm anxious to see now that Jeff Gordon has made his way back up to the top 5, finally getting a caution to catch back up with those leaders. I'm anxious to see what our guys do on pit road as far as changes, because we cannot afford to lose track position, much like you guys are right there in second. Randy?
All right, Hermie, looks like we have a caution for debris. Ray, good luck to you guys the rest of the way. Dale Earnhardt doing all he can to make the chase. Too little, too late, but he might pick up a win here tonight. We thank you so much. We'll check in with you later on. That's Ray Dunlap and Tony Rizzuti with Dale Earnhardt Jr. on Channel 799.
Well, thank you, Randy. I don't know. I'm not ready to count it out yet. Boy, it sounded like in his voice there that he's saying Junior doesn't have a shot to make this chase. When they came in here 150 points out, everybody said, well, it can't be done, and I strongly disagree. I think it could be done.
And Ray, that's what people have said that all day long.
Watch Kyle Busch here. Watch how Dale Jr. has learned that he's got to get right up on him, because Kyle does that little wiggle fade before he gets up to where the pit road speed begins. Junior's getting smarter because he's followed him in 2 or 3 times.
And remember, Ray, last week at Bristol, Tony Uri Jr. trying to get Dale Jr. to cheat a little bit, race his way into the box, because NASCAR only times them between the different segments, so you can
away right there, Junebug. Look
speed
left,
into your
5,
box and speed
4,
out of your box.
3, 2.
Dale Jr. told Tony Jr., I don't like to do that, I'm not going to do it. And Tony Jr. was saying, but it's a big advantage if you do it right. We're seeing Kyle Busch try to take advantage of those rules here tonight. Dale Jr. in, 4-tire change, 14.6, Ray.
Okay, go, 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 go. 48's coming outside. Stay tight where you're at, stay where you're at.
Tight battle off of pit
Come on,
road
DJ,
that
get
time.
game. Been off all day, let's go. Me? No, my tire changer, DJ. You're doing fine, just keep doing what you're doing. 99 car just right.
Here's the battle off pit road in the upper right. Dale Jr. comes out of his pit stall, and it's going to be close where he races off with the 99. Here he comes. There comes Jr. out right beside the 99. So who made it off of pit road first? Looks like 99 may have gotten us. So we'll get that all figured out when we come back here to Earnhardt Nation, Channel 799.
Bring your baseball team home this season with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV. Whether you're a Chicago fan living in the East or a New York fan living out West, catch your favorite team no matter where you live with up to 60 out-of-market games a week. Non-stop baseball action you don't want to miss. And new on-screen scores and stats. Make every game a home game with MLB Extra Innings on DirecTV. Call 1-800-GET-SPORTS.
The DirecTV Concert Series presents 2 of pop music's hottest live acts. Gwen Stefani hollers back live from Anaheim, California. And the Black Eyed Peas pump it up down under. Gwen Stefani and the Black Eyed Peas get it started. All this month on the 101, only on DirecTV.
For great college football from across the country, you need ESPN Game Plan from DirecTV. Covering many of the best teams and conferences, ESPN Game Plan has up to 12 games every Saturday from outside your local area. Order now by calling 1-800-GET-SPORTS for a full season of great college football with ESPN Game Plan from DirecTV. Only 2 payments of $64.50. Order now at 1-800-GET-SPORTS or go to directv.com/gameplan.
Brought to you by EA Sports NASCAR 2008. In stores now.
Lane's Max Life. And there's no telling how long your car will keep going. Sweet. Max Life not only protects against friction, but also leaks, deposits, and sludge. The 4 major causes of high mileage engine breakdown. Drive it forever.
Here's to men who want more time at the game and less time in the men's room. And here's to Flomax. In 1 week, Flomax may relieve male urinary symptoms due to BPH, also called an enlarged prostate. Only your doctor can tell if you have BPH, not prostate cancer. Common side effects of Flomax are runny nose, dizziness, and decrease in semen. Upon standing, a sudden drop in blood pressure may occur, rarely resulting in fainting. So when starting Flomax, avoid situations where injury could result. If considering cataract surgery, tell your eye surgeon you've taken Flomax. Could you feel a difference in 1 week? Ask your doctor about Flomax. One Flomax a day could make a difference in 1 week.
Welcome back to California Speedway. Little red hot chili peppers for you to get fired up for a great night of racing here at the Sharp Aquos 500. Ray Dunlap and Tony Rizzuti bringing you the action. We've got 83 laps to go, so definitely another round of pit stops coming your way tonight here at California Speedway. The leader is the number 83 of Brian Vickers, and apparently he did not pit that time, so that'll put Kyle Busch behind him. And Dale Jr. lost a couple of spots coming off of pit road that time. We came in running second, went out fifth, but Vickers stayed on the racetrack. So a net loss of 2 spots right there as Jimmy Johnson and Carl Edwards both got around the Budweiser Chevy.
Actually, Ray, the 83 car, the Red Bull Toyota, parked right next to us. I just walked over. And 2 tires for the 83. So we'll see what 2 versus 4 looks like here with 83 to go.
Okay. Good hustle down there, Tony. I appreciate that. And Jeff Gordon will line up right behind us. Harvick is back in 16th position right now.
82 laps to go. Green flag, green flag.
Some lap cars down to the inside. Junior taking a peek on Carl Edwards in the middle.
Clear low.
I think Junior made a good call here because obviously Casey Kane was not going to be very fast down there on the inside in that number 9 car. Kane a lap down in 29th position.
Clear low.
Junior waited just a little bit to get the position. Now he's going by the 21 car. And it's going to be 3 or 4 wide down the front straightaway. Wow, that was almost
wide. Clear low, clear high.
Tony, isn't it amazing how just a quarter of a lap changes everything? They go from a 4-wide situation to everything clearing out. These guys do an awesome job.
Well, and thank goodness, I don't know that my heart can take much more of that. That was close.
Let me show you the replay in the upper left on our rewind. Here it goes. The 9 is down on the bottom. Burton's up top searching. Carl Edwards is in there. And man, was that close. Man, they almost made contact. Now it's 4 wide down the middle of the front straightaway. Let's take a ride around the lap here with Dale Jr. Listen into the throttle. We'll pump it up a little bit for you as he is now trying to get right up there and go racing with Jeff Burton.
Everywhere, just a little snug everywhere. Not bad in the middle, just a little bit snug all the way through. 10-4.
Got a shot of Kevin Harvick for you in the upper right on the network feed. He's running 3 wide with a couple of drivers. There's Harvick. Kurt Busch on the outside. Those guys racing back there for about 15th position. Now he's racing with Smoke. Tony Stewart in 16th, and he's racing Harvick hard. Whoa, and almost contact right in front of Dale Jr.
Are you kidding me? Whoa.
Come on, Junebug, hold her in down.
Hello.
Wow.
Ray, I think everybody's taking the gloves off now.
Yeah, we're getting ready to go. Reed Sorensen there just about got out of control. And the 31 was right up there tight. Here's a rewind of that. Upper left, watch this. Oh, those two could have touched and spun out right in front of Dale Jr., but everybody held their ground. Back on the inside of the 41, here goes Jr. down to the bottom.
And we're really starting to see these cars on the inside going down the straightaway, trying to get that sidecar draft. Like we see at Talladega and Daytona, I think that was the case with Jeff Burton trying to pull right into the side and get a run on Reed Sorensen. Looked like Dale Jr. did the same thing right about the start-finish line, got that little side draft, that little buffer air that seemed to help the 8 car get past the 41.
And Tony, right here's your answer to 2 tires or 4. Brian Vickers on the high side of the racetrack. You can't even see him anymore. And the
Caution's out. Caution's out.
Yellow is out.
41 hit the fence behind you, June.
Wow.
Left rear tire.
Got a flat left rear tire, I believe, on that 41, and that is the 10th caution. And as we showed you earlier, 11 is the record for most cautions here at California. It looks like it could be very easily tied or broken before we leave out of here. Reed Sorensen goes to the pit area to put tires on. And now it's decision time. What do we do here?
You almost have to do what the leaders here. I don't know.
do you do what the leader does, or do you do the opposite?
I don't know. I'm glad I don't have to make that decision. We'll let Tony Eury Jr. make that decision.
Well, I can tell you right now, they're going to stay out because they're not in a window to go the rest of the way. And you got to run this set of tires, unless there's debris all over the racetrack. You got to run this set of tires to get in your window to go to that final 42 or 46 or whatever you said they can do. Can't give up that kind of track position when you're running in the top 10. I wouldn't think.
And the way Dale Earnhardt Jr. mentioned, was it a left rear tire that went flat? You almost wonder if there wasn't a little contact. We just saw the replay up in the ESPN box that maybe a little contact between the 8 and the 41 when they were coming off the corner. Not sure that that's the case, but Dale Jr. seemed to come right across and wonder if it was a left rear.
And here goes a bunch of guys going down pit road, including Gordon. Upper left. Here's how close it was. Junior got right up there on the 41, and might have been some contact there. Not sure.
That's awful close. I mean, that
and
definitely wasn't a side slam.
Tony Jr., I'm starting to question the theory on why the 9 car runs bad and good.
That's a little inside
What's
joke.
the theory? Something about.
Yeah, we'll turn that one down real quick and not let the inside joke go on that. But nevertheless, we have changing strategy here because Dale Earnhardt Jr. stays on the racetrack. We just saw Kurt Busch, Jeff Gordon, and Kevin Harvick and a host of other guys come down to get fresh tires with 75 laps to go.
This is shaken out unless we suddenly decide to go back on a caution run to be one of those fuel mileage races, Ray. It just has that feel.
Oh, I would certainly think it can set up like that because we've had these long greens, but I don't understand. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what these other guys' strategies are for the 24 and the 29, the 2, those guys who went to pit road here, knowing they can't go the distance yet. But we'll try to follow up with it. Dale Jr. is running 6th.
One thing. But what happens once you're there? That's where the principal can help. Not only are we the nation's 401k leader, we also have many planning tools and investment options to help manage a healthy income during retirement. Because why come this far just to miss all the fun? The Principal Financial Group. We'll give you an edge.
The new F-Series Super Duty features an all-new 6.4-liter Power Stroke diesel with dual turbos. One to get things moving off the line, and another to keep things moving at higher speeds. Together, they let you tow more than any other pickup, up to 24,500 pounds. Introducing the bold new F-Series Super Duty. It's built better to work harder for you.
Critics are wild about 310 to Yuma, a masterpiece. Spine-tingling. Christian Bale and Russell Crowe are unbelievable. One of the best movies of the year from the director of Walk the Line. 310 to Yuma. Rated R. Sneak previews today. Everywhere September 7th.
Final boarding goal, flight 304.
New long-lasting Extra Superman. Race fans, the NASCAR.com Superstore is your home for the largest selection of officially licensed NASCAR driver gear. With over 10,000 items to choose from. Sport a Jimmy Johnson hat, tailgate with Jeff Gordon chairs, or hang up your very own Dale Earnhardt Jr. flag. The Superstore has everything you need to support your favorite drivers. Check out the latest selections of products and earn valuable NASCAR race points with every purchase. Only at the NASCAR.com Superstore.
Do you know Game Day? Go to collegegameday.com to find out. ESPN College Game Day, built by the Home Depot, Saturdays at 10 a.m.
Back to California, we just went green here about 15 seconds ago. Dale Jr. racing hard. We've got the lap cars. We're down to the inside, and he's trying to dispose of them. Restarting sixth, and he moves up a spot here. Racing side by side with Vickers. On the outside, it's Paul Menard. Couple of lap cars in the way. Got to be patient here. Three lap cars to deal with. The 15, the 96, and the 21.
Clear high if you need it. Still clear, June.
Use that high side there, Junior. That'll work out for you good. There we go. There's by one. Somebody's way
clear
up
low.
That is the voice of Steve
Inside.
Neal.
Outside. Outside. Clear high. Still inside, June.
Big crash on the front
stretch.
Big crash.
Clear
Jeff
low.
Gordon's in it.
Set behind you. Coming to the yellow, June. Coming to the yellow.
6 cars involved in a big crash, and now that is caution 11. We have tied the record for most cautions at California Speedway. David Rudiman got turned sideways right in the middle of the tri-oval, or the D-shaped oval, whatever you call that. Gordon involved Ricky Rudd.
Oh, Ricky Rudd making his 900th start here tonight. Not the way he wanted to see that one end.
900 starts. Is that not an amazing, amazing number?
Well, it is when you think Dale Jr.'s making his 280th. You know, and Junior's been running for quite a while.
Here goes Rudiman, gets spun sideways. Gordon really just locked it up to get out of the way. I don't think that he has much damage. The 41 was involved in that again. And
the racetrack was clear, June. I can't tell you about any debris.
38 of Gilliland involved, so both Robert Yates racing cars involved in that. And I don't know what happened to Rudiman. He just got loose, and man, what a hard hit for Ricky Rudd.
Oh.
Ricky Rudd walloped that wall. Watch this.
I
Here's
think
an
the
in-car.
lower, June.
Oh, Jeff Gordon. Jeff Gordon's the one that lost it there to get that started with Jeremy Mayfield, and he got into Rudiman.
Great camera shot there, yeah. Yep. It looked like, though, Jeff and David probably got the least of the damage there.
Well, and Gordon's already locked himself up. He's got, you know, they'd like to get a couple wins here, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen tonight.
What's 24 been over and over for? He was actually in that. He's got a little bit of fender damage, not a lot.
Harvick's back on pit road.
Pitted there at the last because they were toward the tail end of the lead lap, and they got caught up in that mess, and now they're on pit road fixing it.
Now this is probably good strategy for Kevin Harvick here. Even though he was running in the top 10, he's coming back down for tires. They've got to ensure that they can make as many adjustments as they can to that car because he is on the borderline, currently in 12th in the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series points with Dale Jr. creeping right up on him. And he knows that Jr.'s got a good car tonight, and he doesn't want to give up any points to us. So Harvick continues to pit every time he gets a chance, put some tires on it. Upper right on the ESPN, you see Harvick goes to the high side through the smoke, and looks like he made it through there pretty good.
You free it up just a touch, Junior, right? All right, 10-4.
Ricky Rudd favoring that left
I already
hand.
said that, but just letting you know.
Holding on to his left wrist.
Yeah, but we got our right rear grip back, right? Oh, yeah. It cooled off and got grip back. All right, 10-4.
How old is he now, Ray? About 52, I think, Ricky Rudd?
Yes, and he really hit the wall very, very hard there, Tony, and looked like he was favoring his left wrist a little bit, and if he was holding on to the wheel trying to make an adjustment when he hit that wall that hard, it certainly could be some damage, so we'll have to follow up on Ricky Rudd. Dale Jr. getting his right rear grip back in the Budweiser Chevy.
Taking off from a dead stop with 10,000 pounds ain't no picnic. So this half-ton's got massive torque, 6-speed tranny with tow haul mode, and 4 oversized disc brakes. Because stopping 10,000 pounds ain't no picnic either. Available on the full-size Tundra. The truck that's changing it all.
Coors Light Silver Ticket promotion. You get icy cold refreshment plus the chance to win NFL tickets.
Everybody has a chance to get their bite of the apple.
So you're saying everybody gets a chance to win NFL tickets?
The rules are fair.
Regulations?
The regulations are fair.
Competitive balance.
The competitive balance is fair.
Look for the official entry code inside special packs of Coors and Coors Light for your chance to win NFL tickets, even Super Bowl tickets, and more.
Is there anything I can't win?
High performance helicopter.
But Dad.
I want to hear it. Don't go talk to your mother.
Well, you just get it, don't you?
Listen, if you're going to live under my roof, you're getting this new phone.
I promise I will talk way too much.
Well, I give a hoot, because all that talking is not going to cost me a fortune.
This is completely fair.
I got news for you. Life is fair.
You can control me forever.
I raised you to talk to me like that.
GoPhone is changing the conversation about cell phones. Everything you want plus unlimited talk without a surprise bill. Singular's name is now AT&T.
Tommy. Marco. Looking good. I thank you. Love the jacket. Do you? Yes. $90. What? Ooh. Nice shoes. $50. I'm proud of you. Love the hair. Oh yeah, my cousin does it. $20. Very nice. Nice tie. Thanks for thinking my tie is nice. What'd you spend on that? $12.
Double cheeseburger, $1.
McDonald's melty, beefy double cheeseburger.
I'll give you $2. 3. What, are you made of money?
Just one of the extravagant choices on the dollar menu. Are you a dollar millionaire?
And we're back to the action here in Indianapolis. Another strike by Gilbert. Brian Latt needs to be perfect here. Seems to be a slight delay.
Oh, my!
Not the official tools of bowling. The official tools of NASCAR. Craftsman at Sears.
Mike Allstott's fantasy owners loved him. He scored 37 touchdowns for them when we played together, even though I did all the real work. But hey, I'm not bitter. I am proud to enshrine fantasy Hall of Famer, Mike Allstott.
Looking for this year's fantasy heroes?
Let it go, little buddy. Let it go.
Get the best expert advice and analysis at ESPN. Sign up and play for free today at ESPN.com.
Back at California Speedway under our 11th caution of the evening. It has been a strange night here. lots of cautions early on in this race. Then we went for a long green flag run, and now the last about 15 minutes we've had a run of 3 cautions again here. So interesting. Let's see if we can get a hold of the driver of the Budweiser Chevrolet. Dale Jr., Ray, and Hotpass. You got a copy?
Yeah.
Hey, Bud, I was just wondering if you could tell us about the racetrack. I know it's cooled off just a little bit, but I heard you say you got your right rear grip back. How's the track working out?
It's, doing good, I reckon. I'm just trying to get around some of these lap cars that get to run a side by side in front of you and don't know where to be. But other than that, it's just a lot of cautions tonight. I'd rather be green flag racing. We could be in Victor Lane by now if this thing has a couple green flag runs in it.
Seen you on the high side, and it seems like you carry really good momentum coming off there, but it also looks like you're able to go to the bottom when you need to.
Yeah, I reckon. There's some good cars out here to do a little bit better than us in certain places, but we've been pretty good tonight.
10-4. Thanks, bud.
Yeah, enjoy that AC.
Yeah, it's about 65 degrees.
You deserve
up here.
that, Ray. You deserve that.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Tony got a kick out of that one too, didn't he? So, some work going on the Home Depot Chevrolet. The guys underneath of Tony Stewart's race car there. Jeff Gordon back to pit road. And a lot of cars involved in this big crash that went down the front straightaway. I was trying to put the blame on David Rudiman. Looked like he just lost it. And then we saw from the replay that Jeff Gordon's the one that got a little sideways and may have got that whole thing started up. So we're at lap 183 at the California Speedway. 67 laps to go.
Big bets, small rates. Travelodge, recreate, hibernate. More rewards, more often, more fun. Join Trip Rewards at Travelodge.com.
Got any aspirin? I think I pulled a delt. Yeah. It's a casual top for work, don't you think? Beep, beep. There it is. No, I can get a ride. Oops.
Yoga.
At least you can keep your heartburn from coming back with Prilosec OTC, the only OTC heartburn remedy that works to block heartburn before it begins for 24 hours with 1 pill a day. Try Prilosec OTC, the round-the-clock heartburn blocker.
Jimmy Johnson's won 2 in a row at Martinsville Speedway. Can he make it 3 in the Subway 500 on October 21st? Will teammate Jeff Gordon knock him off? Or will Denny Hamlin move Johnson out of the way this time? Could Dale Jr. pick up his first Martinsville win in the only short track stop in the chase for the Nextel Championship? Or will someone slip to the Martinsville madness for a surprise victory? Don't miss the wild short track action. For tickets, call 877-RACE-TICKS or visit racetickets.com.
The dream is still alive, someday it will come true. And this country, it belongs to folks like me and you. So let the voice of freedom sing out through this land. This is our country.
Silverado from Chevy. This is our truck.
And Carl Edwards of Team Dish All-Stars wins again.
Look at the excitement down on the track. Carl's flipping over the great value he gets from Dish Network.
That's right, Jerry. Team Dish All-Stars can't stop celebrating all digital TV for less.
Announcing America's Top 100 from Dish Network. You get over 100 all-digital channels for just $29.99 a month, plus a free DVR or HD DVR upgrade. Call today and get HBO and Cinemax free for 3 months. All digital TV worth celebrating. America's Top 100 from Dish Network. It's about time.
We'll keep our eye on the lap cars. We just heard from Dale Jr. that he's having a bit of trouble passing a few of them, and we're about to go back to green flag racing here at the California Speedway. Ray Dunlap and Tony Rizzuti bringing you the action on NASCAR Hotpass. It's only on DirecTV, and we appreciate all of you from the Earnhardt Nation joining in with us tonight. We'll have Dale Jr. covered again for you next week at Richmond, and we're going to continue to follow his quest for getting in the chase for the Nextel Cup Championship. Can he do it? He came in here 158 points down. Tonight he's having an outstanding run, and we'll have it all recapped for you tonight on the Old Spice post-race show, coming to you live right here from California Speedway. Green flag about to come back out. Dale Jr. will roll off the top side in first position.
65 laps to go. Flag, green flag. Still inside you. Clear low. Clear low.
Boy, Paul Menard kind of pushed him right up there.
Let us go already.
Really? Come on, teammate.
Clear.
Well, there's your 99 car, Tony. You said earlier that everybody talked in the garage that he was going to be a force to be reckoned with tonight. Hadn't seen Carl Edwards up there much, but here he is in the top 5 at California Speedway. Bill Elliott, the next car to dispose of, that's a lap down, driving that Wood Brothers number 21 down to the very bottom of the racetrack.
Looks like Carl Edwards gets a really good run off the corner from the center off. And on these long straightaways, that's where you need to be best. We've kind of faded back a little bit here, Ray.
Yeah, and you know, we got to see what happens here as far as we got a little bit older tires here, and I think he's just going to cruise for a little bit, not racing anybody. But he's back down on the white line, though. He's been able to go to the bottom. I think he's just testing out the racetrack.
I reckon.
We got that's what he said on the radio. I reckon. Got an email in just a little bit ago from Mike and Stephanie, and they are from Petal, Mississippi. And their question was, will DEI let Dale Jr. go? If he doesn't make the chase, will they let him go to Hendrick to finish out the year? And I would say, Mike and Stephanie, the answer to that is to be determined, but my gut feeling would be no, that he's got responsibilities to Budweiser here, and even if for some reason something happens that they don't make the chase,
still outside, Junior.
They still got to go out and try to win a race yet this year. He has not been to victory lane in 2007. So I would think that he's going to finish out the year at DEI all the way to Homestead. Now,
and Ray, what car would he go into?
Well, I mean, you know, Kyle Busch could vacate the 5 at, you know, towards the last few races. You never know. But I just don't see that being the scenario. I don't think that's going to happen that way. I would say that Dale Jr. will be in this 8 car all the way to Homestead, and then he'll start a new chapter in his racing career next year at Hendrick Motorsports.
I just can't imagine Kyle Busch being solidly in the chase right now, stepping out of that car, or them removing him from that car.
Well,
certainly they could bring out another car.
My point, Tony, was if we got into a situation where they run the first 6 races and Kyle Busch wrecked in all of them and he's at the very bottom, he's in 12th position in the chase, you know, something could transpire there. I understand what you're saying. They've got a shot at chasing down a championship. I didn't mean that they would pull him out of that car intentionally, but you never know, you know, if you get really far behind. If you have trouble in the first 3 races of the chase, you're not going to win it. There's no way, with it only being 10 races.
And I agree with you. I think that would be a possibility. You're right.
Junior running 5th right now here at the California Speedway. He's been in the top. I'd like to be able to see what percentage of the laps tonight he's been in the top 5, because I would say it's just about all of them. 95% of the laps he's run tonight, he's run that Budweiser Chevrolet in the top 5 here at California.
Spotter here.
Here goes Edwards going to the bottom. Here's the chase points as of right now.
I can't really tell what kind of grip I got because it's so bouncy. It's sliding around a little bit. Both ends of the car are.
125 points separates Kevin Harvick and Dale Earnhardt Jr. At this current time as they run, Jr. is in 5th and Harvick running 15th on the racetrack.
Clear by 4 to the 21.
Ray, what would you be comfortable with going into Richmond? Anything more than 70 is going to be, I mean, that's going to be a stretch.
Yeah, but I mean, I would agree with you, but as long as it's not, you know, the magic number that you're ineligible, I think you go in there with the hope and a prayer of anything. Ryan Newman going to the pit road. He was running 14th on the racetrack. Looks like maybe he has a tire down on that Kodak Penske race car. Not sure, he's slow.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Ryan Newman, but for Dale Earnhardt Jr. fans, we saw that Newman was within 51
top of the track.
So a little bit of a gap there.
Real bouncy. By 4 to the 17.
Junior saying the car is bouncy again. He said that back around lap 72. Then they made some air pressure adjustments, and he seemed very happy with the race car.
Yeah, Ray, obviously Tony Eury Jr. and the team wanted to try to keep up with the racetrack, but this latest round of air pressure adjustments don't seem to be working quite to Junior's liking.
Jimmy Johnson
Clear.
is the leader, and we got Jeff Burton running second.
Real rough.
Busch is third.
Very rough.
99 is fourth, then Dale Jr.
PM only on ESPN.
Nice race, Casey. See you later.
Sir, please step out of the vehicle. Please place both hands on the vehicle. No, sir, the rear of the vehicle. Okay, sir, get that headlight fixed.
Everyone admires a great driver. At Allstate, great drivers can even get a bonus, a safe driving bonus, only from Allstate. Are you in good hands?
The war in Europe is over. The unconditional surrender. This is our country.
After 90 years in the making, this is our truck. Silverado from Chevy. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
This is our country.
It has been an up and down season for Napa Racing, but I still get letters from my fans, like from Joel in Columbus. No, they didn't accidentally give me the car of yesterday. And Jerry in Minneapolis. I am aware that turn 3 is not a school zone. And to Chester in Lynchburg. I'm sure your 83 Celica is crazy fast, but I think I'll stick with the Napa Camry. Oh, my fans, always trying to help.
Final boarding goal, flight 304.
New long-lasting extra Superman.
Hey, Jimmy, need a little help? Sure. You know what else would be good?
Cobalt tools are so comfortable.
Let me use that screwdriver. No.
You just don't want to quit working.
Yeah. What do you think? Great tools.
Cobalt, the next generation of tough tools.
Well, anything else we can do? There's always my wife's car.
Available exclusively at Lowe's.
If you're like me and are passionate about film, I must tell you about Toshiba's HD DVD player. It lets me play my HD DVDs in high def and even makes my standard DVD collection look better. To me, it's the ultimate movie experience.
ESPN College Football Primetime. Florida State Clemson, Monday at 8 Eastern.
51 laps to go here at California, and the pressure is on the Bud crew. They've got to gain some points tonight to get themselves in position to go to Richmond next week under the lights for a Saturday night shootout on that 3/4 mile racetrack to try and have some chance of getting Dale Jr. in to the chase for the Nextel Cup Championship. Jr. just lost a position to the 17 of Matt Kenseth. He's currently running
50 laps to go, 50.
Newman is off the racetrack. We'll not have to find out what exactly happened to the 12. Harvick running 13th. He has improved that car a bunch by pitting numerous times for tires. And we have one more pit stop coming for the number 8 car. We're going to try to get somewhere around 42 laps to go or so before you'd want to come down to pit the next time to make sure we have plenty of fuel to go the distance on the end of this race. Man, he was right up on the bumper of Kenseth that time. Watch how he gains. Watch this now. Kenseth was down on the bottom of the track. Now watch Dale Jr. catch him on the straightaway. Here he comes, right up to the bumper of that DeWalt race car. Now Kenseth goes diving down to the bottom, and Junior's glued up there to the top of the racetrack. There's Kenseth sliding back up in front again. And right up, look at this, Junior catches him and goes out to the outside, swings it out. And there is a lot of dirt and dust and debris. Apparently Newman is out of the race. We see him being interviewed on ESPN in the upper right. So not only is he off the racetrack, he's out of the race.
Wow, Ray, he just gets such a good run off the corner. If we could ever get that bounciness away from this car, we might have a shot to go racing him.
I would agree with that. Martin Truex Jr. back in the picture. We saw him in frame there in the 1 car, just 2 positions behind. And the goal, obviously, for DEI was to get both of these cars into the chase, the 1 and the 8. Truex in really good position right now as he continues to run inside the top 10 and has done so most of the night at California.
Clear.
We're right about to that window now where if we were to get a caution right now, we could pit and go the final run on fuel. You know, Tony, we've had so many people write in about the number thing, and there's been a lot of discussion in the media, and I know Junior called out and said, you know, back off Teresa a little bit about this 8 thing. It's not going to happen. Of course, Teresa Earnhardt decided that they're going to keep the number 8 in the stable over at DEI, and the rumor is, of course, that Mark Martin will get behind the wheel of the 8 in 2008 for a partial schedule with Eric Almirola, and all that should be announced very soon.
Inside of 5 laps, Tony Jr. Yep, about 5 laps.
So Tony wanting to get to 40 to go before they pit.
Yeah, Ray, he was really hammered by the media during qualifying as to when he's going to announce the number. And, you know, he was real frustrated with it. He said, look.
Clear by 4 to the 17.
We'll announce the number when we announce the sponsor, and we're going to do that at a press conference, not here on pit road. Well, more with Dale Earnhardt Jr. here on NASCAR Hotpass from California Speedway.
from major conferences. You'll get up to 12 extra games every Saturday. ESPN Game Plan, just $129 for a limited time. To order, call your pay-per-view provider.
I'm comfortable going fast. I'm comfortable in Wrangler.
Introducing Relaxed Straight Leg and Relaxed Boot Fit from Wrangler Jeans Company. Wrangler Jeans Company. New fits, new styles, great comfort.
Help you?
Yeah, can I get an extra large jelly belly with a punch?
Regular jumbo punch.
Jumbo.
Instead, try the new Subway Fresh Fit Meal. Now with more tasty choices like new hearty wheat bread and low-fat yogurt. Subway, eat fresh.
Convenience and innovation are everywhere on the new F-Series Super Duty. In some places they're obvious, like the all-new redesigned interior. In other places, they're not so obvious, like this. Tailgate step, only on the new Super Duty. Introducing the bold new F-Series Super Duty. It's built better to work harder for you.
This is the final vault for Stefan Beletsky. Father and coach Usten Beletsky looking on. Whoa! Oh. I've never seen a springboard break like that. There will be a deduction on the landing. I'd hate to be responsible for that.
Not the official tools of gymnastics. The official tools of NASCAR. Craftsman at Sears.
Why live with athlete's foot? The itching, the burning. Lotrimin Ultra treats most athlete's foot in just 1 week's use. And Lotrimin Ultra is so ultra powerful, nothing cures faster. Lotrimin Ultra, the 1 week killer cure.
They put the special in Special Forces.
This is the Army.
Hey there, Sarge. Snap into a Slim Jim.
Larry the Cable Guy.
Get her done.
Bill Engvall, DJ Qualls, Delta Force, directed by C.B. Harding on DVD September 4th.
The NASCAR.com Superstore is your home for the largest selection of officially licensed NASCAR gear. Shop now and earn valuable NASCAR race points only at the NASCAR.com Superstore.
Just a lap or two away from pitting for the final time tonight at California. We've got the Old Spice post-race show coming your way at the end of this one tonight. After the checkered flag, we'll give you all the information you need to know about Dale Jr. and the team, and looks like he's on his way to the pit road right now. And Matt Kenseth is going to pass him on the outside,
Good
coming
shape.
to pit road.
Outside, 4,700 when you get there.
Well, that wasn't very nice.
I hadn't seen anything like that in a long,
Tony
time.
Jr.
Kenseth did the slingshot move, went around Dale Jr. and then hammered the brakes to get her down to pit road speed.
In away right there, Junebug. Look left, right here.
Ray, they will make an air pressure adjustment here, try to get that bounciness out of the car. Hopefully get that right front tire to stop chattering. You heard him say how the back of the car is kind of sliding into the corner. 14.5 on what could be our final pit stop.
Go hard. Pit road speed, 4,700. Good stop, guys. Go. Up there, June.
Let's take a look back at that.
Plan, I believe.
Take a look back at that move that Kenseth made.
It was.
Here comes Dale Jr. And look at Kenseth. He just drives right around him. And now watch the right front brake. He's going to hammer the brake to get that 17 car slowed down. We'll find out whether or not he was slow enough on pit road. Did Dale Jr. say he had a flat tire?
Ray, we're looking at it right now. It looks like he has 2 or 3 cuts in the right front tire. They're currently looking at that tire completely over, but when they originally pulled it off and set it on the stand, you could see 2 or 3 little cuts. There was a Goodyear engineer over here. So indeed, they thought that tire may have started to go down.
Well, that could have been a really lucky break then for us to be at the right time in our pit cycle. We got in here with 40 to go. He can easily run 42 laps, and there is the slice you're talking about on that tire.
Yeah, Ray, this was the area of the tire that they were most concerned about. Also, if you look here on top, there's a big chunk out of it, so
wow,
that would explain the chattering of that right front tire, Ray.
Yep. That will definitely get it to slide across the racetrack if you're losing air in it, no doubt about it.
I can't even get down into one direct. Turn your feed blowers off if you got them on. Stay with it.
Take a look at the lineup we've got for you on Hotpass next week as we head to Richmond. And the final race before the chase begins, it's the Chevy Rock and Roll 400. Carl Edwards, Harvick, Gordon, Denny Hamlin, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Who will get in the chase? Is it going to be Harvick or Jr.? We've got them both covered for you next week right here on NASCAR Hotpass. There's Harvick coming to pit road in the upper right on your ESPN network feed. Harvick will get his final pit stop of the night. Slides it to a stop. The guys go to work. Our pit stop was 14.5. See how Harvick's team measures up against Dale Jr.'s bunch. 14.2. Very, very similar. We're at an odd point of the race right now. As you're looking up, if you're looking at the top and you see that Dale Jr.'s 15th, that's because we haven't cycled through these pit stops yet. You've got the 43 out in the lead of this race. Tony Stewart hasn't been to pit road yet. The 66 of Jeff Green needs to pit. Jeff Gordon. All these guys a little bit out of sequence. So Dale Jr. back to the racetrack behind the 48 and the 31 and the 5 and the 99. So he's really about in 5th place on the racetrack right now, I would guess.
Yeah, Ray, I'm actually staring at the scoring monitor here on the Budweiser pit box, trying to see just how far he'd be behind Carl Edwards on the racetrack. Unfortunately, because we're all off sequence, it hasn't quite caught up yet. Looking now as it starts to get correct here, it looks like we might be about 5 seconds behind Carl Edwards unofficially according to the current scoring, but like I said, still cycling through all the current pit stops.
And the 43 has left the racetrack. Tony Stewart will do so soon. And we'll be back to figuring out where everybody really is running in this running order. Now Harvick pitted about 8 laps after we did. And this scoring monitor is going crazy with people coming off of the racetrack and on. But Harvick currently being shown in 20th position. Well, it's been an interesting season for Dale Earnhardt Jr., no doubt about it. I think when I look back across the year, it's really not only
clear by 5 to the 17th.
Not only 4 blown engines, but it's the 2 races at Daytona that I guess also stick out in my mind. You'd think Dale Jr.'s got a shot to win every time he's on a super speedway. We knew he did. He was involved in that accident at 195 at Daytona back at the 500 and finished 32nd.
Fair high.
And then I guess when we went back to Daytona, trying to remember where he finished, it was way back in the mid-30s when we went there in July.
36, Ray, back in July, Pepsi 400.
So the 2 Daytona races really were an Achilles heel for this team this year. In 2007, when we look at his stats, out of these first 24 races, 5 top 5s. Looks like he very well may get another one tonight. But his best finish second at Pocono, and no win yet this year. And I know that's been very disappointing
to the 1.
for the fans, so hopefully we will. Hey, Tony, good news. The temperature has gone below 100. It's now only 98.
Oh, very nice, Ray. It's still about 65 in the pod.
Yeah, Yep. I got a blanket on. Just kidding.
Hey, on a serious note, just so we can rule it out, I did walk up to Jeff Clark and asked him what our fuel situation were we covered in case we get a green-white checkered. The number 8 car, no worries about fuel the rest of the way. They're covered even if we have to go into overtime.
Excellent. Pitted with 40 to go, and now this is all going to cycle out here.
30 laps to go, 30.
Within the next 10 laps, we'll get those other cars that should cycle off of the pit sequence and put us back to what I would guess would be Jimmy Johnson in the lead.
That's Jeff Clark right there. You see in the upper left box. He's the gas man. Worked in the engine shop at DEI for a long time, has his own motorcycle shop now, trying to spend some more time away from the racetrack, but still flies into gas. He's a giant of a man, but he's one of the best gas men in the business.
Now this is a battle for position right here with Denny Hamlin for Dale Earnhardt Jr. You know, if Jimmy Johnson is able to hold on and get a win here tonight, that would put him with 5 victories for the season and really put him in a great spot when they seed the chase. This year, the chase drivers will get bonus points for each individual victory that you've got throughout the course of the season. So that would be
outside.
Good for Jimmy Johnson, but this is a great battle on the racetrack right now as Junior going to the bottom, and he's able to get past the 11 with ease.
Clear.
Drifter back up there right in front of him, and that's another spot.
Clear by 2, Junior. Clear by 2.
Give Dale Earnhardt Jr. 9th position on the racetrack. Boy, they've got a good car tonight, Tony. I'll tell you, it's been fun to watch. It's been a little weird where he went through a couple of different cycles where he said it was bouncy and tight, then loose, then whatever, but he's done a little bit of complaining, but pretty much been a top 5 car throughout the course of this race.
Yeah, absolutely, Ray, and still battling with Denny Hamlin. We saw our teammate, Martin Truex Jr., kind of peek in the picture. There's Martin down low, starting to make a run, so teammates starting to hook up. We see Jeff Gordon on pit road. Yeah, Junior's been very consistent. It hadn't been that type of car that he wanted tonight. He wanted one that could dominate. Certainly hasn't been that, but it has been a very consistent car, one I think they can be proud of. And we're really at a situation now where we just, you know, you hate to hope ill will on somebody, but really kind of need Kevin Harvick to have a problem at this point to really feel comfortable going into Richmond.
You know, the Richmond race, the Saturday night,
Clear by
the
5
Chevy
for the 1 car.
Rock and Roll 400 is absolutely one of my favorite races of the season. And I know Dale Jr. runs really well there, and he's excited about going there, but I agree with you. We need to be within about 65 or 70 points of whoever is in 12th when we get to Richmond, if not better point situation than that to have any shot. You know, you go there, you could win the race and dominate, and then Harvick or whoever is in 12th, all they've got to do is finish about 20th or better, and you still wouldn't beat them.
Clear.
Here's the numbers at Dale Jr. in Richmond. How about 3 big victories on that 3/4 mile racetrack? And I love Saturday night short track racing under the lights.
I do too, Ray, and I think it's those 3 wins that make you feel like if you can get it down to around 70 or 80 points, you know, you got a really legitimate shot of making the chase. And like we've talked about all week, everybody's pretty much written this team off. I mean, sure, they're giving them the benefit of the doubt, 158. If you have a good run, you can maybe get in it, but secretly everybody says they're written off. So I think at 70, knowing just how good he is at Richmond, he really legitimately has a shot to still make it, but I think he needs to close it to under 100 to really have that shot.
Well,
let me know about these corners here.
He's asking Steve Meal for some advice on how he's running the corners. Junior now up to 7th place here in the Sharp Aquos 500 Old Spice post race show. Coming your way here shortly.
Let me know about the top down here rolling if it's working. 10-4, the lap times you're running, that's where you need to be. 42.79, that's good. Run the top.
An odd night tonight here at California Speedway. Record number of cautions.
I keep looking for a full moon, but I don't see one.
Yeah, it's probably too hot for it to peek through.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Ray Dunlap and Tony Rizzuti with you here on Channel 799. All of you Earnhardt fans who are on the East Coast, thanks for staying with us as we're approaching midnight Eastern Standard Time. And Dale Jr. getting the job done tonight here as he has moved up to 7th position. Next target on the racetrack is the 31 of Jeff Burton.
Clear.
Tony Stewart was the leader, and here he goes to pit road. As we told you, that'll be almost the end of the cycle for the pits. The 25 car still has yet to pit. And once he does, that should put the 48 of Jimmy Johnson back in the lead here at California.
And Ray, that's when I'm torn as to whether or not I want a caution to come out. Certainly that would give Dale Earnhardt Jr. another shot at trying to get a win or at least get up into the top 2 or 3, but that also gives Kevin Harvick a chance to improve his race car, and we've seen him obviously improve over the last 2 stops.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with that, Tony. The last couple of stops, even when Dale Jr. stayed on the racetrack, each time Harvick came down to make adjustments and put tires on, and I think that was a good strategy on their part. Here's the 25 car on pit road. So now, as I said, as that cycles back through, Jimmy Johnson goes to the lead, moving Dale Jr. up into 5th position.
Ray, we're 12 seconds behind the leaders, so I told you I had a kind of a conundrum as to whether or not I wanted a yellow flag. I think we do. I say we need to try to go for that win. Like to see a caution come out, tighten the field back up. Can't do, we have no control over what Kevin Harvick does, but I'd like to see Dale Jr. get a shot at least going for that win.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd like to see the field tightened up here a little bit for sure at the end. Lots of cautions early on in the race tonight and a couple of big crashes. One big one right on the front straightaway as Jeff Gordon got loose.
20 laps to go, Junior, 20, P5.
Position 5 with 20 to go. They've done pretty much what they wanted to tonight, other than not leading the most laps. If you keep a top 5 car, whoa, and Junior gets really loose that time. Car wiggled a bunch coming off that corner.
Too loose. Sideways. In full. You got to get cool.
What?
You know, Ray, just talking about wanting to have a caution, I think it's something that the California Speedway
going one way or the other.
Junior talking about how loose the car is, something the Speedway really needs as well. Track really has come under a lot of fire in the spring and again here in the fall for maybe not selling as many tickets.
Jeez Louise, clear.
As they should talk
all of a sudden, going fucking hose.
Talking about J.J. Yaley kind of being away there, but
it was, and there was no way to see it coming, June.
Anyway, this track needs to have a good race because a lot of talk about maybe coming out here twice isn't quite the thing to do.
I can't believe how many people are in the grandstands as hot as it is. Here's a replay in your upper left of that really loose condition coming off of turn 2. Look at that. That car is sideways. Junior did a nice job of holding on to the thing. Came on the radio immediately and said, way too loose. Holds it in the top 5, though, with 17 laps to go here at California Speedway. $16 laps to go here for Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the Budweiser Chevrolet team. Time is running out on his opportunity to get into the chase for the Nextel Cup Championship.
Clear.
I have a feeling, Tony, that just about everybody down there is just about worn out and done all they can do for today. And here we are with the points as of now. Earnhardt in 13th, 130 out. And I think the magic number is 139. Is that not correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct. Where the heck did Kurt Busch go?
15
oh, there we
to
go.
15.
He'd be 11. That should be a 2 for Kurt Busch.
Yes.
There at 138.
Yes.
So
Kurt Busch, not Kyle's 5.
Right. We really need a caution here, Ray.
When I say the magic number is 139, if anybody leaves here tonight with a 139-point lead over Dale Earnhardt Jr., it doesn't matter what they do at Richmond as long as they start the race, because that would be the maximum number of points that anyone could gain, even if Junior goes there and wins the race and leads the most laps at Richmond. So Harvick certainly doing what he needs to do tonight by running in 13th. They've made a lot of adjustments on that Pennzoil Chevy. Dale Jr. running in the top 5 as he's done all evening long here.
Junior, that first car you see behind you, about 6 car lengths back, is the 11. He's a lap down. We're racing the 17. You're doing a fine off the 17, coming to 13 to go.
Ray, it seemed like when the sun went down, Jimmy Johnson's car really came to life. He was a top 10 car during the daylight, but as soon as the sun went down, he's been just about
11's
unbeatable.
on pressure tires on us, Junior. He pitted a whole lot later.
And here comes that 11 that Steve Meal was referring to, Denny Hamlin with fresher tires. But he's trying that bottom line, kind of the way Matt Kenseth had done earlier.
Clear by 3. He runs the bottom in both ends.
Ryan Newman officially out with no shot at getting into the chase after whatever put them out, engine troubles, I guess it was, to finish him back in the 40s.
Clear by 1.
And Dale Jr.'s chances growing a little bit slimmer here, lap by lap.
Down there now, June.
But we'll still have Junior on for you next week coming at Richmond, and that's a track where they certainly could go in there and get a victory. Put that Budweiser Chevy into victory lane for the first time this season. We would love to see that happen in the final race before the chase gets underway. We will be covering chase drivers for you in the final 10 events of the season, and a special pricing package. Tell all your friends who have not gotten Hotpass on DirecTV yet that if they want to watch their favorite drivers in the chase, we'll have them covered. 5 drivers each weekend in the final 10 races of 2007. That's Hootie Chase right there, the Jackman for the number 8 team, and of course he is an avid bicycler, so he's in pretty good shape as he will go out and jump on the bike and run 8 or 10 miles without even breaking a sweat. So Hootie in great shape. Looks like all the guys are still pretty fresh down there, Tony.
Yeah, they're still pretty fresh, but they have a look of just disappointment. It just seems like the life's suddenly been sucked out of him. Sure, probably a lot of that due to the heat, but you know, the way we ran early in the race and with some of the problems everyone else had, I think these guys started to believe, you know, we really are going to be able to do this. We're going to be able to shorten that. And when we put that last graphic up, it was like all the emotion was taken right out of them. Seems like a really dejected bunch, and it's a shame because they had a really good race car tonight. I mean, the top 5 at the Nextel Cup level, nothing to sneeze about, but they knew what they had to do coming in, and it doesn't look like it's going to be enough tonight.
Yeah, and anything can happen at any given moment, so you don't count it out till they throw the checkers at Richmond, but a top 5 is a great run tonight.
Clear by approximately 2 seconds to the 1 car. He's not gaining on you, June, coming to 8 to go.
We needed a win, and most laps led. Weren't able to accomplish that this evening here for the Bud Chevy, and time is certainly running out on these guys. We've known that the pressure was on. He had to perform. Had to get the maximum amount of points both weekends and let the chips fall where they may. 8 laps to go at California. Couple of minutes past midnight on the East Coast. Thank you for staying with us. There's Tony Uri Jr. Appreciate all the emails tonight from the great fans, and one of the greatest concepts in sports is NASCAR Hotpass, where we give you coverage of your favorite driver from the very green flag to the checkered. Dale Jr. looking like he's going to bring home a top 5 finish tonight here at Cali.
Well, Ray, we did learn that Carl Edwards didn't lap the field tonight. If I heard that once, I heard it probably 10 times yesterday. Carl Edwards going to lap the field. Well, that certainly didn't happen.
Jimmy Johnson out in front of the field tonight in the Lowe's Chevrolet, and as I was saying, if he's able to hold on, he's getting some pressure from Carl Edwards, but if Johnson is able to hold on, that's going to help him a bunch when we start the chase. With another victory, that gives him an extra 10 bonus points once the cars are seated. He and Jeff Gordon tied with 4 wins this season. They would be virtually dead even at 5,040 points, but if Jimmy Johnson gets a win, that's 10 extra. And 1 race to go with still 10 more bonus points available before the chase even begins. Here's your running order at the top. You see Johnson.
5 laps to go, June 5.
Edwards, Bush, Burton, and then Dale Jr. And it'll have to scroll a while before you'll see Kevin Harvick. But he's still doing just about what he needs, keeping Junior in sight, because Harvick is currently back in 14th. If he were to finish right there, we're going to be very close to that borderline of the magic number of saying that Dale Jr. will not make the chase in 2007. Old Spice post-race show coming up here on Channel 799. We'll recap the evening, how things went for Dale Jr. We'll name the king of the crew and show you the shell made to move of the race. Couple of big crashes here. A bit of a surprise on this big, wide open racetrack. Normally when we go 2-mile racing, you don't see very many cautions, but we had quite a few guys very, very loose and some tire problems early on in the race tonight here in the Sharp Aquos 500. A big crowd on hand at California Speedway celebrating Labor Day. The end of summer is coming near.
3 laps to go, June 3.
College football got underway on Saturday. Pro football coming your way next weekend. And we've got the chase for the Nextel Cup. And we'll have it covered for you right here on NASCAR Hotpass.
Martin Truex has been able to stay with us all evening, so obviously not the performance that we needed tonight, but certainly a good showing by the two DEI cars that really have been the cream of the crop all year for the franchise. We saw a few problems for Paul Menard earlier today. He'll get a top 25, it looks like, in 24th, but you know, good solid runs for Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Martin Truex Jr.
Yeah, I would agree with that, no doubt. And we got lots of emails from people throughout the weeks here covering Dale Jr. about asking whether or not Martin Truex got all the good equipment and all the good cars after the time that Dale Jr. announced he'd be leaving. And I don't see it that way. I just think that one team was pretty good, and they got a little bit better. And Martin Truex and Kevin Bono Mannion are going to have a shot at getting in the chase. And Jimmy Johnson looks like he may have just broken. Did Jimmy Johnson just
clear low, white flag over a second lead?
He slowed on the racetrack and some smoke came out, but apparently still going. Johnson only needs to run one more lap. The white flag is out. Last lap coming your way at California Speedway.
Here, watch that, whoever that is. Clear.
Junior was never able to get up to Jeff Burton to challenge for another position. Jimmy Johnson will take the victory tonight at California. Dale Jr. will bring the Budweiser Chevrolet home in fifth position.
You did a nice job, fellas. You too, Jim.
Good job, Dave. Everybody. Hey, boy, you too, bud. Thanks, man. Your car was good. It's just so damn hot. I couldn't help be hard on it. We just need to be a little tighter there at the start of the run, don't we? Yeah, just so I can go, but then it gets tight at the end. So, I mean, it's okay at the end. All right, tempo.
So that's the words between Tony Eury Jr. and Dale Jr. talking over a little bit of a debriefing here at the end of the race. And we are now in the Old Spice post-race show, coming to you here from the California Speedway. Dale Jr. will bring home a fifth-place finish tonight in the Budweiser Chevrolet. See if we can get the radio going here real quick. Dale Jr., Ray, and Hotpass, you copy?
Yep.
Hey, bud, if you could, summarize your night tonight. A nice top 5, good run, solid. You were there all night long.
Yeah, it's a pretty good run for us. I'd like to finish a little bit better. I think my guys would have too, but pretty proud of it, I reckon. It just depends on how you look at it.
How uncomfortable was it inside the race car with the heat?
Hot. You know, it's real hot. About 145 degrees in here.
10-4, bud. Thanks for letting us go shotgun with you tonight.
All right, thank you for riding with me, bro.
So you can just tell that he is worn out, and I'm sure we're going to see a number of drivers get out of these cars and be just about pooped. Well, he's getting out of there okay, but it was definitely an unbelievably hot night tonight here in California. 107 degrees when we got started. And let's go down now for Tony, who's with Tony.
Yeah, long night for everybody tonight. Tony Eury Jr., you pretty much did just about everything you needed to do. You've had a top 5 car all week long. You kept the laps off the motors, left it up to Junior, and a solid top 5 finish. I know it wasn't the dominating performance that you were hoping for the chase, but still a solid run.
Yeah, we're happy about it. I mean, it's probably just got him when the sun went down. We just stayed a little too loose on the first part of the run, but you know, it was fun racing with Kyle there in the middle of the race and led some laps, and you know, it was competitive all night. So you know, we just got to keep doing this. I mean, I don't know if it'll be enough, but at least we've got a shot when we go to Richmond, and I'm looking forward there. I think we'll have a good piece there.
Tony Eury Jr., the crew chief today. And Ray, I thought he did a great weekend all weekend long. You know, they had a lot of media people pressure about the chase and wanting to know what all they were doing, and the pressure over whether the motors would hold up and keeping the laps off it. And the team stayed the course and delivered a top 5 finish.
Well, they really did, and once again, I can't say enough about what a joy it is to work with this entire DEI organization and the Budweiser crew. Great to have an opportunity to talk to Dale Jr. on the radio and let the folks at home hear how he was doing. He looks like he's in great shape right now. Got out of that race car, brings home a 5th place run tonight. And let's give away the king of the crew. We had Jeff Clark here tonight, the gas man, and all those guys that were down on pit road with all the heat that we had down trackside tonight. It was awfully tough, but Jeff Clark, who has to pick up those big, heavy gas cans and go to service, gets our king of the crew. We've got an outstanding group on this number 8 Budweiser Chevrolet, and Jeff certainly a big part of this organization. When we look at the Shell move of the race tonight, Dale Jr. made a number of them. But let's look back early in the race as he goes through the middle. Truex goes to the high side of the 70 of Johnny Sauter, and there goes Dale Jr. taking a position. He raced with Kyle Busch throughout the course of the night, and there was a number of great passes out there, but I think that one really signified the fact that he can go from the high side to the bottom with complete control. And Dale Jr. once again comes home in 5th place tonight at California. An unbelievably hot day today and a great group of fans who came out. And here is the chase for the Nextel Cup and where we're at in the standings. Harvick with a 128-point lead over Dale Earnhardt Jr. So that is an 11-point difference from clinching. So when we go to Richmond, Earnhardt Jr., if he were to win the race and lead the most laps, Kevin Harvick is going to have to finish 35th or worse for Junior to have any kind of a shot at getting into the chase for the Nextel Cup Series championship. Well, what an unbelievable night here at California Speedway. Just hard to believe that this many people came out in this horrendous heat. But next week on Hotpass, we've got 5 great drivers, including Dale Jr. He'll be back here on 799. Denny Hamlin always runs well at Richmond. Jeff Gordon, Harvick, and Carl Edwards, we got you covered on every end. You can watch if Harvick or Dale Jr. are the guys who make it into the 12th position to be in the chase for the Nextel Cup. Well, thanks a lot to Tony Rizzuti. I'm Ray Dunlap, and Dale Jr. talking it over with the crew there. They've got one more shot. They get to go to Richmond and give it their best. We're sure they will do that. Thanks to everybody on the crew here tonight, as a very, very great effort went in. A couple cameramen went down, but we had a good time, and Junior brings home another top 5.
Next week, NASCAR Hotpass heads back to Richmond for a Saturday night battle under the lights. It's the last chance for teams to get in the chase, so drivers will hold nothing back. Ride shotgun with Virginia native Denny Hamlin, 3-time Richmond winner Dale Earnhardt Jr., last year's winner Kevin Harvick, Carl Edwards, and Jeff Gordon, as they try to win it all at the action track. Don't miss the side-by-side action from the Rock and Roll 400 next week on NASCAR Hotpass.
Gentlemen, start your engine! It's the next phase, new wave, dance craze. Anyways, it's still rock and roll to me.
This